The Lady of the Shroud by Bram Stoker. Narrated by Peter Silverleaf. From The Journal of Occultism, mid-January 1907. A strange story comes from the Adriatic. It appears that on the night of the 9th, as the Italia Steamship Company vessel Victorine was passing a little before midnight the point known as the Spear of Ivan on the coast of the Blue Mountains, the attention of the captain, then on the bridge, was called by the lookout man to a tiny floating light close inshore. It is the custom of some south-going ships to run close to the Spear of Ivan in fine weather, as the water is deep and there is no settled current. Also, there are no outlying rocks. Indeed, some years ago the local steamers had become accustomed to hug the shore here so closely that an intimation was sent from Lloyd's that any mischance, under the circumstances, would not be included in ordinary sea risks. Captain Miralani is one of those who insist on a wholesome distance from the promontory being kept. But on his attention having been called to the circumstance reported, he thought it well to investigate it, as it might be some case of personal distress. Accordingly, he had the engine slowed and edged cautiously in towards shore. He was joined on the bridge by two of his officers, Signori Falamano and Destilia, and by one passenger on board, Mr. Peter Caulfield, whose reports of spiritual phenomena in remote places are well known to the readers of the Journal of Occultism. The following account of the strange occurrence, written by him and attested by the signatures of Captain Miralani and the other gentleman named, has been sent to us. It was 11 minutes before 12 midnight on Saturday, the 9th day of January 1907, when I saw the strange sight off the headland known as the Spear of Ivan on the coast of the land of the Blue Mountains. It was a fine night, and I stood right on the bows of the ship, where there was nothing to obstruct my view. We were some distance from the Spear of Ivan, passing from northern to southern point of the wide bay into which it projects. Captain Miralani, the master, is a very careful seaman, and gives on his journeys a wide berth to the bay, which is tabooed by Lloyd's. But when he saw in the moonlight, though far off, a tiny white figure of a woman drifting on some strange current in a small boat, on the prow of which rested a faint light, to me it looked like a corpse candle, he thought it might be some person in distress, and began to cautiously edge towards it. Two of his officers were with him on the bridge, Signori Falamano and Destilia. All these three, as well as myself, saw it. The rest of the crew and passengers were below. As we got close, the true inwardness of it became apparent to me, but the mariners did not seem to realize till the very last. This is, after all, not strange, for none of them had either knowledge or experience in occult matters, whereas for over 30 years I have made a special study of this subject, and have gone to and fro over the earth, investigating to the nth all records of spiritual phenomena. As I could see from their movements that the officers did not comprehend that which was so apparent to myself, I took care not to enlighten them, lest such should result in the changing of the vessel's course before I should be near enough to make accurate observation. All turned out as I wished, at least nearly so, as shall be seen. Being in the bow, I had, of course, a better view than from the bridge. Presently I made out that the boat, which had all along seemed to be of a queer shape, was none other than a coffin, and that the woman standing up in it was clothed in a shroud. Her back was towards us, and she had evidently not heard our approach. As we were creeping along slowly, the engines were almost noiseless, and there was hardly a ripple as our 4-foot cut the dark water. Suddenly, there was a wild cry from the bridge. Italians are certainly very excitable. Hoarse commands were given to the quartermaster at the wheel. The engine-room bell clanged. On the instant, as it seemed, the ship's head began to swing round to starboard. Full steam ahead was in action, and before one could understand, the apparition was fading in the distance. The last thing I saw was the flash of a white face with dark, burning eyes, as the figure sank down into the coffin, just as mist or smoke disappears under a breeze. Book 1. The Will of Roger Melton. The reading of the will of Roger Melton and all that followed. Record made by Ernest Roger Halberd Melton, law student of the Inner Temple, eldest son of Ernest Halberd Melton, eldest son of Ernest Melton, elder brother of the said Roger Melton, and his next of kin. I consider it at least useful, perhaps necessary, to have a complete and accurate record of all pertaining to the will of my late grand-uncle Roger Melton. To which end let me put down the various members of his family, and explain some of their occupations and idiosyncrasies. My father, Ernest Halberd Melton, was the only son of Ernest Melton, eldest son of Sir Geoffrey Halbert Melton of Humcroft, in the Shire of Salop, a justice of the peace and at one time sheriff. My great-grandfather, Sir Geoffrey, had inherited a small estate from his father, Roger Melton. In his time, by the way, the name was spelt Milton, but my great-great-grandfather changed the spelling to the latter form, as he was a practical man not given to sentiment, and feared lest he should in the public eye be confused with others belonging to the family of a radical person called Milton, who wrote poetry and was some sort of official in the time of Cromwell, whilst we are conservatives. The same practical spirit which originated the change in the spelling of the family name inclined him to go into business. So he became, while still young, a tanner and leather dresser. He utilized for the purpose the ponds and streams, and also the oak woods on his estate, Torreby in Suffolk. He made a fine business and accumulated a considerable fortune, with a part of which he purchased the Shropshire estate, which he entailed, and to which I am therefore heir apparent. Sir Geoffrey had, in addition to my grandfather, 3 sons and a daughter, the latter being born 20 years after her youngest brother. These sons were Geoffrey, who died without issue, having been killed in the Indian Mutiny of Meerut in 1857, at which he took up a sword, though a civilian, to fight for his life. Roger, to whom I shall refer presently, and John, the latter, like Geoffrey, dying unmarried. Out of Sir Geoffrey's family of 5, therefore, only 3 have to be considered. My grandfather, who had 3 children, 2 of whom, a son and a daughter, died young, leaving only my father, Roger, and Patience. Patience, who was born in 1858, married an Irishman of the name of Sellinger, which was the usual way of pronouncing the name of St. Ledger, or as they spelt it, St. Ledger, restored by later generations to the still older form. He was a reckless, daredevil sort of fellow, then a captain in the Lancers, a man not without the quality of bravery. He won the Victoria Cross at the Battle of Amophil in the Ashanti campaign. But I fear he lacked the seriousness and steadfast, strenuous purpose which my father always says marks the character of our own family. He ran through nearly all of his patrimony, never a very large one, and had it not been for my grand-aunt's little fortune, his days, had he lived, must have ended in comparative poverty. Comparative, not actual, for the Meltons, who are persons of considerable pride, would not have tolerated a poverty-stricken branch of the family. We don't think much of that lot, any of us. Fortunately, my great-aunt Patience had only one child, and the premature decease of Captain St. Ledger, as I prefer to call the name, did not allow of the possibility of her having more. She did not marry again, though my grandmother tried several times to arrange an alliance for her. She was, I am told, always a stiff, uppish person who would not yield herself to the wisdom of her superiors. Her own child was a son, who seemed to take his character rather from his father's family than from my own. He was a wastrel and a rolling stone, always in scrapes at school and always wanting to do ridiculous things. My father, as the head of the house, and his own senior by 18 years, tried often to admonish him, but his perversity of spirit and his truculence were such that he had to desist. Indeed, I have heard my father say that he sometimes threatened his life. A desperate character he was, and almost devoid of reverence. No one, not even my father, had any influence, good influence of course I mean, over him, except his mother, who was of my family, and also a woman who lived with her, a sort of governess. Aunt, he called her. The way of it was this. Captain St. Ledger had a younger brother, who made an improvident marriage with a Scotch girl when they were both very young. They had nothing to live on except what the reckless Lancer gave them, for he had next to nothing himself, and she was bare, which is, I understand, the indelicate Scottish way of expressing lack of fortune. She was, however, I understand, of an old and somewhat good family, though broken in fortune, to use an expression which, however, could hardly be used precisely in regard to a family or a person who never had fortune to be broken in. It was so far well that the McKelpies, that was the maiden name of Mrs. St. Ledger, were reputable, so far as fighting was concerned. It would have been too humiliating to have allied to our family, even on the distaff side, a family both poor and of no account. Fighting alone does not make a family, I think. Soldiers are not everything, though they think they are. We have had in our family men who fought, but I never heard of any of them who fought because they wanted to. Mrs. St. Ledger had a sister. Fortunately, there were only those 2 children in the family, or else they would have all had to be supported by the money of my family. Mr. St. Ledger, who was only a subaltern, was killed at Maywand, and his wife was left a beggar. Fortunately, however, she died. Her sister spread a story that it was from the shock and grief, before the child which she expected was born. This all happened when my cousin, or rather my father's cousin, my first cousin once removed, to be accurate, was still a very small child. His mother then sent for Miss McKelpie, her brother-in-law's sister-in-law, to come and live with her, which she did. Beggars can't be choosers, and she helped to bring up young St. Ledger. I remember once my father giving me a sovereign for making a witty remark about her. I was quite a boy then, not more than 13, but our family were always clever from the beginning of life, and father was telling me about the St. Ledger family. My family hadn't, of course, seen anything of them since Captain St. Ledger died. The circle to which we belong don't care for poor relations, and was explaining where Miss McKelpie came in. She must have been a sort of nursery governess, for Mrs. St. Ledger once told me that she helped her to educate the child. Then, father, I said, if she helped to educate the child, she ought to have been called Miss McSkelpie. When my first cousin once removed, Rupert, was 12 years old, his mother died, and he was in the dolefuls about it for more than a year. Miss McKelpie kept on living with him all the same. Catch her quitting? That sort don't go into the poorhouse when they can keep out. My father, being head of the family, was, of course, one of the trustees, and his uncle Roger, brother of the testator, another. The third was General McKelpie, a poverty-stricken Scotch laird who had a lot of valueless land at Croom in Rossshire. I remember father gave me a new £10 note when I interrupted him whilst he was telling me of the incident of young St. Ledger's improvidence by remarking that he was in error as to the land. From what I had heard of McKelpie's estate, it was productive of one thing. When he asked me what, I answered, mortgages. Father, I knew, had bought not long before a lot of them at what a college friend of mine from Chicago used to call cutthroat price. When I remonstrated with my father for buying them at all, and so injuring the family estate which I was to inherit, he gave me an answer, the astuteness of which I have never forgotten. I did it so that I might keep my hand on the bold general, in case he should ever prove troublesome, and if the worst should ever come to the worst, Croom is a good country for grouse and stags. My father can see as far as most men. When my cousin, I shall call him cousin henceforth in this record, lest it might seem to any unkind person who might hereafter read it that I wish to taunt Rupert St. Ledger with his somewhat obscure position, in reiterating his real distance in kinship with my family, when my cousin Rupert St. Ledger wished to commit a certain idiotic act of financial folly, he approached my father on the subject, arriving at our estate, Humcroft, at an inconvenient time, without permission, not having had even the decent courtesy to say he was coming. I was then a little chap of 6 years old, but I could not help noticing his mean appearance. He was all dusty and dishevelled. When my father saw him, I came into the study with him. He said in a horrified voice, "Good God!" He was further shocked when the boy brusquely acknowledged, in reply to my father's greeting, that he had travelled third class. Of course, none of my family ever go anything but first class. Even the servants go second. My father was really angry when he said he had walked up from the station. A nice spectacle for my tenants and my tradesmen, to see a kinsman of my house, howsoever remote, trudging like a tramp on the road to my estate. Why, my avenue is 2 miles and a perch. No wonder you are filthy and insolent. Rupert, really I cannot call him cousin here, was exceedingly impertinent to my father. I walked, sir, because I had no money, but I assure you I did not mean to be insolent. I simply came here because I wished to ask your advice and assistance, not because you are an important person and have a long avenue, as I know to my cost, but simply because you are one of my trustees. Your trustees, sirrah? Said my father, interrupting him. Your trustees? I beg pardon, sir, he said, quite quietly. I mean the trustees of my dear mother's will. And what, may I ask you, said father, do you want in the way of advice from one of the trustees of your dear mother's will? Rupert got very red and was going to say something rude. I knew it from his look, but he stopped, and said in the same gentle way, I want your advice, sir, as to the best way of doing something which I wish to do, and as I am under age cannot do myself. It must be done through the trustees of my mother's will. And the assistance for which you wish, said father, putting his hand in his pocket. I know what that action means when I am talking to him. The assistance I want, said Rupert, getting redder than ever, is from the trustee also, to carry out what I want to do. And what may that be? Asked my father. I would like, sir, to make over to my Aunt Janet. My father interrupted him by asking, he had evidently remembered my jest, Miss McSkelpie? Rupert got still redder, and I turned away. I didn't quite wish that he should see me laughing. He went on quietly. McKelpie, sir. Miss Janet McKelpie, my aunt, who has always been so kind to me, and whom my mother loved. I want to have made over to her the money which my dear mother left to me." Father doubtless wished to have the matter take a less serious turn, for Rupert's eyes were all shiny with tears which had not fallen, so after a little pause he said with indignation, which I knew was simulated, "Have you forgotten your mother so soon, Rupert, that you wish to give away the very last gift which she bestowed on you?" Rupert was sitting, but he jumped up and stood opposite my father with his fist clenched. He was quite pale now, and his eyes looked so fierce that I thought he would do my father an injury. He spoke in a voice which did not seem like his own. It was so strong and deep. "Sir!" he roared out. I suppose, if I was a writer, which, thank God, I am not, I have no need to follow a menial occupation, I would call it thundered. Thundered is a longer word than roared, and would, of course, help to gain the penny which a writer gets for a line. Father got pale too and stood quite still. Rupert looked at him steadily for quite half a minute. It seemed longer at the time, and suddenly smiled and said as he sat down again, "Sorry, but of course you don't understand such things." Then he went on talking before Father had time to say a word. "Let us get back to business. As you do not seem to follow me, let me explain that it is because I do not forget that I wish to do this. I remember my dear mother's wish to make Aunt Janet happy, and would like to do as she did." "Aunt Janet?" said Father, very properly sneering at his ignorance. "She is not your aunt. Why, even her sister, who was married to your uncle, was only your aunt by courtesy." I could not help feeling that Rupert meant to be rude to my father, though his words were quite polite. If I had been as much bigger than him as he was than me, I should have flown at him, but he was a very big boy for his age. I am myself rather thin. Mother says thinness is an appanage of birth. My Aunt Janet, sir, is an aunt by love. Courtesy is a small word to use in connection with such devotion as she has given to us. But I needn't trouble you with such things, sir. I take it that my relations on the side of my own house do not affect you. I am a St. Ledger." Father looked quite taken aback. He sat quite still before he spoke. "Well, Mr. St. Ledger, I shall think over the matter for a while, and shall presently let you know my decision. In the meantime, would you like something to eat? I take it that as you must have started very early, you have not had any breakfast." Rupert smiled quite genially. "That is true, sir. I haven't broken bread since dinner last night, and I am ravenously hungry." Father rang the bell and told the footman who answered it to send the housekeeper. When she came, Father said to her, "Mrs. Martindale, take this boy to your room and give him some breakfast." Rupert stood very still for some seconds. His face had got red again after his paleness. Then he bowed to my father and followed Mrs. Martindale, who had moved to the door. Nearly an hour afterwards, my father sent a servant to tell him to come to the study. My mother was there too, and I had gone back with her. The man came back and said, "Mrs. Martindale, sir, wishes to know, with her respectful service, if she may have a word with you." Before father could reply, mother told him to bring her. The housekeeper could not have been far off. That kind are generally near a keyhole, for she came at once. When she came in, she stood at the door curtsying and looking pale. Father said, "Well, I thought, sir and ma'am, that I had better come and tell you about Master St. Ledger. I would have come at once, but I feared to disturb you." "Well," father had a stern way with servants, "when I'm head of the family, I'll tread them under my feet. That's the way to get real devotion from servants. If you please, sir, I took the young gentleman into my room and ordered a nice breakfast for him, for I could see he was half famished, growing boy like him and so tall. Presently it came along. It was a good breakfast, too. The very smell of it made even me hungry. There were eggs and frizzled ham and grilled kidneys and coffee and buttered toast and bloater paste. That will do as to the menu," said mother. "Go on." When it was all ready and the maid had gone, I put a chair to the table and said, "Now, sir, your breakfast is ready." He stood up and said, "Thank you, madam, you are very kind," and he bowed to me quite nicely, just as if I was a lady, ma'am. "Go on," said mother. "Then, sir, he held out his hand and said, 'Goodbye and thank you,' and he took up his cap. 'But aren't you going to have any breakfast, sir?' I says. 'No, thank you, madam,' he said. 'I couldn't eat here, in this house, I mean.' Well, ma'am, he looked so lonely that I felt my heart melting, and I ventured to ask him if there was any mortal thing I could do for him. 'Do tell me, dear,' I ventured to say. 'I am an old woman, and you, sir, are only a boy, though it's a fine man you will be, like your dear, splendid father, which I remember so well, and gentle like your poor dear mother.' 'You're a dear,' he says, and with that I took up his hand and kissed it, for I remember his poor dear mother so well, that was dead only a year. Well, with that he turned his head away, and when I took him by the shoulders and turned him round, he is only a young boy, ma'am, for all he is so big, I saw that the tears were rolling down his cheeks. With that I laid his head on my breast. I have had children of my own, ma'am, as you know, though they're all gone. He came willing enough and sobbed for a little bit. And then he straightened himself up, and I stood respectfully beside him. 'Tell Mr. Melton,' he said, 'that I shall not trouble him about the trustee business.' 'But you won't tell him yourself, sir, when you see him,' I says. 'I shall not see him again,' he says. 'I am going back now.' Well, ma'am, I knew he'd had no breakfast, though he was hungry, and he would walk as he comes, so I ventured to say, 'If you won't take it a liberty, sir, may I do anything to make your going easier? Have you sufficient money, sir? If not, may I give or lend you some? I shall be very proud if you will allow me to.' 'Yes,' he says, quite hearty. 'If you will, you might lend me a shilling, as I have no money. I shall not forget it.' He said as he took the coin, 'I shall return the amount, though I never can the kindness. I shall keep the coin.' He took the shilling, sir. He wouldn't take any more, and then he said good-bye. At the door he turned and walked back to me and put his arms round me like a real boy does, and gave me a hug, and says he, 'Thank you 1,000 times, Mrs. Martindale, for your goodness to me, for your sympathy, and for the way you have spoken of my father and mother. You have seen me cry, Mrs. Martindale,' he said. 'I don't often cry. The last time was when I came back to the lonely house after my poor dear was laid to rest. But you nor any other shall ever see a tear of mine again.' And with that he straightened out his big back and held up his fine proud head and walked out. I saw him from the window striding down the avenue. My, but he is a proud boy, sir, and honour to your family, sir, say I respectfully. And there, the proud child has gone away hungry, and he won't, I know, ever use that shilling to buy food. Father was not going to have that, you know, so he said to her, 'He does not belong to my family, I would have you to know. True, he is allied to us through the female side, but we do not count him or his in my family.' He turned away and began to read a book. It was a decided snub to her. But Mother had a word to say before Mrs. Martindale was done with. Mother has a pride of her own, and doesn't brook insolence from inferiors, and the housekeeper's conduct seemed to be rather presuming. Mother, of course, isn't quite our class, though her folk are quite worthy and enormously rich. She is one of the Dalmallingtons, the salt people, one of whom got a peerage when the Conservatives went out. She said to the housekeeper, 'I think, Mrs. Martindale, that I shall not require your services after this day month, and as I don't keep servants in my employment when I dismiss them, here is your month's wages due on the 25th of this month, and another month in lieu of notice. Sign this receipt.' She was writing a receipt as she spoke. The other signed it without a word and handed it to her. She seemed quite flabbergasted. Mother got up and sailed, that is the way that Mother moves when she is in a wax, out of the room. Lest I should forget it, let me say here that the dismissed housekeeper was engaged the very next day by the Countess of Salop. I may say in explanation that the Earl of Salop, K.G., who is Lord Lieutenant of the county, is jealous of Father's position and his growing influence. Father is going to contest the next election on the Conservative side, and is sure to be made a baronet before long. Letter from Major General Sir Colin Alexander McKelpie, V.C., K.C.B. of Croom, Ross, N.B., to Rupert St. Ledger, Esquire, 14 Newland Park, Dulwich, London, S.E., July 4th, 1892. My dear godson, I am truly sorry I am unable to agree with your request that I should acquiesce in your desire to transfer Miss Janet McKelpie the property bequeathed to you by your mother, of which property I am a trustee. Let me say at once that, had it been possible to me to do so, I should have held it a privilege to further such a wish, not because the beneficiaire whom you would create is a near kinswoman of my own. That, in truth, is my real difficulty. I have undertaken a trust made by an honourable lady on behalf of her only son, a son of a man of stainless honour, and a dear friend of my own, and whose son has a rich heritage of honour from both parents, and who will, I am sure, like to look back on his whole life as worthy of his parents, and of those whom his parents trusted. You will see, I am sure, that whatsoever I might grant regarding any one else, my hands are tied in this matter. And now let me say, my dear boy, that your letter has given me the most intense pleasure. It is an unspeakable delight to me to find in the son of your father, a man whom I loved and a boy whom I love, the same generosity of spirit which endeared your father to all his comrades, old as well as young. Come what may, I shall always be proud of you, and if the sword of an old soldier, it is all I have, can ever serve you in any way, it and its master's life are and shall be, whilst life remains to him, yours. It grieves me to think that Janet cannot, through my act, be given that ease and tranquillity of spirit which come from competence. But, my dear Rupert, you will be of full age in 7 years more. Then, if you are in the same mind, and I am sure you will not change, you, being your own master, can do freely as you will. In the meantime, to secure, so far as I can, my dear Janet against any malign stroke of fortune, I have given orders to my factor to remain semi-annually to Janet one full half of such income as may be derived in any form from my estate of Croom. It is, I am sorry to say, heavily mortgaged, but of such as is, or may be, free from such charge as the mortgage entails, something at least will, I trust, remain to her. And, my dear boy, I can frankly say that it is to me a real pleasure that you and I can be linked in one more bond in this association of purpose. I have always held you in my heart as though you were my own son. Let me tell you now that you have acted as I should have liked a son of my own, had I been blessed with one, to have acted. God bless you, my dear. Yours ever, Colin Alex McKelpie. Letter from Roger Melton of Openshaw Grange to Rupert St. Ledger, Esquire, 14 Newland Park, Dulwich, London, S.E., July 1st, 1892. My dear nephew, your letter of the 30th ult. received. Have carefully considered matters stated, and have come to the conclusion that my duty as a trustee would not allow me to give full consent as you wish. Let me explain. The testator, in making her will, intended that such a fortune as she had at disposal should be used to supply to you, her son, such benefits as its annual product shall procure. To this end, and to provide against wastefulness or foolishness on your part, or indeed against any generosity, howsoever worthy, which might impoverish you and so defeat her benevolent intentions regarding your education, comfort, and future good, she did not place the estate directly in your hands, leaving you to do as you might feel inclined about it. but on the contrary, she entrusted the corpus of it in the hands of men whom she believed should be resolute enough and strong enough to carry out her intent, even against any cajolements or pressure which might be employed to the contrary. It being her intention, then, that such trustees as she appointed would use for your benefit the interest accruing annually from the capital at command, and that only as specifically directed in the will, so that on your arriving at full age, the capital entrusted to us should be handed over to you intact, I find hard and fast duty in the matter of adhering exactly to the directions given. I have no doubt that my co-trustees regard the matter in exactly the same light. Under the circumstances, therefore, we, the trustees, have not only a single and united duty towards you as the object of the testator's wishes, but towards each other as regards the manner of the carrying out of that duty. I take it, therefore, that it would not be consonant with the spirit of the trust or of our own ideas in accepting that any of us should take a course pleasant to himself which would or might involve a stern opposition on the part of other of the co-trustees. We have each of us to do the unpleasant part of this duty without fear or favour. You understand, of course, that the time which must elapse before you come into absolute possession of your estate is a limited one, as by the terms of the will we are to hand over our trust when you have reached the age of 21. There are only 7 years to expire. But till then, though I should gladly meet your wishes if I could, I must adhere to the duty which I have undertaken. At the expiration of that period you will be quite free to divest yourself of your estate without protest or comment of any man. Having now expressed as clearly as I can the limitations by which I am bound with regard to the corpus of your estate, let me say that in any other way which is in my power or discretion, I shall be most happy to see your wishes carried out so far as rests with me. Indeed, I shall undertake to use what influence I may possess with my co-trustees to induce them to take a similar view of your wishes. In my own thinking, you are quite free to use your own property in your own way. But as until you shall have attained your majority, you have only life user in your mother's bequest, you are only at liberty to deal with the annual increment. On our part, as trustees, we have a first charge on that increment to be used for purposes of your maintenance, clothes, and education. As to what may remain over each half-year, you will be free to deal with it as you choose. On receiving from you a written authorization to your trustees, if you desire the whole sum or any part of it to be paid over to Miss Janet McKelpie, I shall see that it is effected. Believe me that our duty is to protect the corpus of the estate, and to this end we may not act on any instruction to imperil it. But there our warranty stops. We can deal during our trusteeship with the corpus only. Further, lest there should arise any error on your part, we can deal with any general instruction for only so long as it may remain unrevoked. You are, and must be, free to alter your instructions or authorizations at any time. Thus your latest document must be used for our guidance. As to the general principle involved in your wish, I make no comment. You are at liberty to deal with your own how you will. I quite understand that your impulse is a generous one, and I fully believe that it is in consonance with what had always been the wishes of my sister. Had she been happily alive and had to give judgment of your intent, I am convinced that she would have approved. Therefore, my dear fellow, should you so wish, I shall be happy for her sake as well as your own to pay over on your account, as a confidential matter between you and me, but from my own pocket, a sum equal to that which you wish transferred to Miss Janet McKelpie. On hearing from you, I shall know how to act in the matter. With all good wishes, believe me to be your affectionate uncle, Roger Melton, to Rupert St. Ledger, Esquire. Letter from Rupert St. Ledger to Roger Melton, July 5th, 1892. My dear Uncle, thank you heartily for your kind letter. I quite understand and now see that I should not have asked you as a trustee such a thing. I see your duty clearly and agree with your view of it. I enclose a letter directed to my trustees, asking them to pay over annually till further direction to Miss Janet McKelpie at this address whatever sum may remain over from the interest of my mother's bequest, after deduction of such expenses as you may deem fit for my maintenance, clothing, and education, together with a sum of £1 sterling per month, which was the amount my dear mother always gave me for my personal use. Pocket money, she called it. With regard to your most kind and generous offer to give to my dear Aunt Janet the sum which I would have given myself had such been in my power, I thank you most truly and sincerely, both for my dear aunt, to whom, of course, I shall not mention the matter unless you specifically authorize me, and myself. But indeed, I think it will be better not to offer it. Aunt Janet is very proud and would not accept any benefit. With me, of course, it is different, for since I was a wee child has been like another mother to me, and I love her very much. Since my mother died, and she, of course, was all in all to me, there has been no other. And in such a love as ours, pride has no place. Thank you again, dear uncle, and God bless you. Your loving nephew, Rupert St. Ledger. Ernest Roger Halberd Melton's Record. Continued. And now, the remaining one of Sir Geoffrey's children, Roger. He was the third child and third son, the only daughter, Patience, having been born 20 years after the last of the 4 sons. Concerning Roger, I shall put down all I have heard of him from my father and grandfather. From my grand-aunt I heard nothing. I was a very small kid when she died, but I remember seeing her but only once. A very tall, handsome woman of a little over 30, with very dark hair and light-coloured eyes. I think they were either grey or blue, but I can't remember which. She looked very proud and haughty, but I am bound to say that she was very nice to me. I remember feeling very jealous of Rupert because his mother looked so distinguished. Rupert was 8 years older than me, and I was afraid he would beat me up if I said anything he did not like. So I was silent, except when I forgot to be, and Rupert said very unkindly, and I think very unfairly, that I was a sulky little beast. I haven't forgotten that, and I don't mean to. However, it doesn't matter much what he said or thought. There he is, if he is at all, where no one can find him, with no money or nothing, for what little he had settled when he came of age on the McSkelpie. He wanted to give it to her when his mother died, but father, who was a trustee, refused, and Uncle Roger, as I call him, who is another, thought the trustees had no power to allow Rupert to throw away his matrimony, as I called it, making a joke to father when he called it patrimony. Old Sir Colin McSkelpie, who is the third, said he couldn't take any part in such a permission, as the McSkelpie was his niece. He is a rude old man, that. I remember when, not remembering his relationship, I spoke of the McSkelpie. He caught me a clip on the ear that sent me across the room. His Scotch is very broad. I can hear him say, some attempt at even Scotland manners, and dinna misca your betters, ye young puddock, or I'll wring ye snoot." Father was, I could see, very much offended, but he didn't say anything. He remembered, I think, that the General is a V.C. man, and was fond of fighting duels. But to show that the fault was not his, he wrung my ear, and the same ear too. I suppose he thought that was justice, but it's only right to say that he made up for it afterwards. When the General had gone, he gave me a £5 note. I don't think Uncle Roger was very pleased with the way Rupert behaved about the legacy, for I don't think he ever saw him from that day to this. Perhaps, of course, it was because Rupert ran away shortly afterwards, but I shall tell about that when I come to him. After all, why should my uncle bother about him? He is not a Melton at all, and I am to be head of the house, of course, when the Lord thinks right to take father to himself. Uncle Roger has tons of money, and he never married, so if he wants to leave it in the right direction, he needn't have any trouble. He made his money in what he calls the Eastern trade. This, so far as I can gather, takes in the Levant and all east of it. I know he has what they call in trade houses in all sorts of places. Turkey and Greece and all round them, Morocco, Egypt and southern Russia and the Holy Land, then on to Persia, India and all round it, the Chersonese, China, Japan and the Pacific Islands. It is not to be expected that we landowners can know much about trade, but my uncle covers, or alas, I must say, covered, a lot of ground, I can tell you. Uncle Roger was a very grim sort of man, and only that I was brought up to try and be kind to him, I shouldn't ever have dared to speak to him. But when was a child, father and mother, especially mother, forced me to go and see him and be affectionate to him. He wasn't ever even civil to me that I can remember, grumpy old bear. But then he never saw Rupert at all, so that I take it Master R is out of the running altogether for testamentary honours. The last time I saw him myself he was distinctly rude. He treated me as a boy, though I was getting on for 18 years of age. I came into his office without knocking and without looking up from his desk where he was writing. He said, "Get out. Why do you venture to disturb me when I'm busy? Get out and be damned to you." I waited where I was, ready to transfix him with my eye when he should look up, for I cannot forget that when my father dies I shall be head of my house. But when he did, there was no transfixing possible. He said quite coolly, "Oh, it's you, is it? I thought it was one of my office boys. Sit down, if you want to see me, and wait till I am ready." So I sat down and waited. Father always said that I should try to conciliate and please my uncle. Father is a very shrewd man, and Uncle Roger is a very rich one. But I don't think Uncle R is as shrewd as he thinks he is. He sometimes makes awful mistakes in business. For instance, some years ago he bought an enormous estate on the Adriatic, in the country they call the Land of Blue Mountains. At least, he says he bought it. He told Father so in confidence. But he didn't show any title deeds, and I am greatly afraid he had. A bad job for me that he was, for Father believes he paid an enormous sum for it, and as I am sure his natural heir, it reduces his available estate to so much less. And now about Rupert. As I have said, he ran away when he was about 14, and we did not hear about him for years. When we, or rather my father, did hear of him, it was no good that he heard. He had gone as a cabin boy on a sailing ship round the Horn. Then he joined an exploring party through the centre of Patagonia, and then another up in Alaska, and a third to the Aleutian Islands. After that he went through Central America, and then to Western Africa, the Pacific Islands, India, and a lot of places. We all know the wisdom of the adage that a rolling stone gathers no moss, and certainly, if there be any value in moss, Cousin Rupert will die a poor man. Indeed, nothing will stand his idiotic, boastful wastefulness. Look at the way in which, when he came of age, he made over all his mother's little fortune to the McSkelpie. I am sure that, though Uncle Roger made no comment to my father, who, as head of our house, should, of course, have been informed, he was not pleased. My mother, who has a good fortune in her own right, and has had the sense to keep it in her own control, as I am to inherit it, and it is not in the entail, I am therefore quite impartial. I can approve of her spirited conduct in the matter. We never did think much of Rupert anyhow, but now, since he is in the way to be a pauper, and therefore a dangerous nuisance, we look on him as quite an outsider. We know what he really is. For my own part, I loathe and despise him. Just now we are irritated with him, for we are all kept on tenterhooks regarding my dear Uncle Roger's will. For Mr. Trent, the attorney who regulated my dear uncle's affairs, and has possession of the will, says it is necessary to know where every possible beneficiary is to be found before making the will public. So we all have to wait. It is especially hard on me, who am the natural heir. It is very thoughtless, indeed, of Rupert to keep away like that. I wrote to old McSkelpie about it, but he didn't seem to understand or to be at all anxious. He is not the heir. He said that probably Rupert St. Ledger, he too keeps to the old spelling, did not know of his uncle's death, or he would have taken steps to relieve our anxiety. Our anxiety, forsooth! We are not anxious, we only wish to know. And if we, and especially me, who have all the annoyance of thinking of the detestable and unfair death duties, are anxious, we should be so. Well, anyhow, he'll get a properly bitter disappointment and set down when he does turn up and discovers that he is a pauper without hope. Today, we, father and I, had letters from Mr. Trent, telling us that the whereabouts of Mr. Rupert St. Ledger had been discovered, and that a letter disclosing the fact of poor Uncle Roger's death had been sent to him. He was at Titcaca when last heard of. So goodness knows when he may get the letter, which asks him to come home at once, but only gives him such information about the will as has already been given to every member of the testator's family, and that is nil. I dare say that we shall be kept waiting for months before we get hold of the estate which is ours. It is too bad. Letter from Edward Bingham Trent to Ernest Roger Halberd Melton, 176, Lincoln's Inn Fields, December 28, 1906. Dear Sir, I am glad to be able to inform you that I have just heard by letter from Mr. Rupert St. Ledger that he intended leaving Rio de Janeiro by the SS Amazon of the Royal Mail Company on December 15. He further stated that he would cable just before leaving Rio de Janeiro to say on what day the ship was expected to arrive in London. As all the others possibly interested in the will of the late Roger Melton, and whose names are given to me in his instructions regarding the reading of the will, have been advised, and have expressed their intention of being present at that event on being apprised of the time and place, I now beg to inform you that my cable message received the date scheduled for arrival at the port of London was January 1 prox. I therefore beg to notify you, subject to postponement due to the non-arrival of the Amazon, the reading of the will of the late Roger Melton, Esquire, will take place in my office on Thursday, January 3 prox, at 11 o'clock a.m. I have the honour to be, Sir, yours faithfully, Edward Bingham Trent. To Ernest Roger Halberd Melton, Esquire, Humcroft, Salop. Cable, Rupert St. Ledger to Edward Bingham Trent, Amazon arrives London January 1, St. Ledger. Telegram per Lloyd's, Rupert St. Ledger to Edward Bingham Trent, The Lizard, December 31. Amazon arrives London tomorrow morning. All well, Ledger. Telegram, Edward Bingham Trent to Ernest Roger Halberd Melton, Rupert St. Ledger arrived. Reading will takes place as arranged. Trent. Ernest Roger Halberd Melton's record. January 4, 1907. The reading of Uncle Roger's will is over. Father got a duplicate of Mr. Trent's letter to me, and of the cable and 2 telegrams pasted into this record. We both waited patiently till the 3rd, that is, we did not say anything. The only impatient member of our family was my mother. She did say things, and if old Trent had been here, his ears would have been red. She said what ridiculous nonsense it was delaying the reading of the will and keeping the heir waiting for the arrival of an obscure person who wasn't even a member of the family, inasmuch as he didn't bear the name. I don't think it's quite respectful to one who is some day to be head of the house." I thought father was weakening in his patience when he said, "True, my dear, true," and got up and left the room. Some time afterwards, when I passed the library, I heard him walking up and down. Father and I went up to town on the afternoon of Wednesday, January 2. We stayed, of course, at Claridge's, where we always stay when we go to town. Mother wanted to come too, but father thought it better not. She would not agree to stay at home till we both promised to send her separate telegrams after the reading. At 5 minutes to 11 we entered Mr. Trent's office. Father would not go a moment earlier, as he said it was bad form to seem eager at any time, but most of all at the reading of a will. It was a rotten grind, for we had to be walking all over the neighbourhood for half an hour before it was time not to be too early. When we went into the room, we found there General Sir Colin McKelpie and a big man, very bronzed, whom I took to be Rupert St. Ledger. Not a very creditable connection to look at, I thought. He and old McKelpie took care to be in time. Rather low, I thought it. Mr. St. Ledger was reading a letter. He had evidently come in but lately, for though he seemed to be eager about it, he was only at the first page, and I could see that there were many sheets. He did not look up when we came in, or till he had finished the letter, and you may be sure that neither I nor my father, who, as head of the house, should have had more respect from him, took the trouble to go to him. After all, he is a pauper and a wastrel, and he has not the honour of bearing our name. The General, however, came forward and greeted us both cordially. He evidently had forgotten, or pretended to have, the discourteous way he once treated me, for he spoke to me quite in a friendly way, I thought more warmly than he did to father. I was pleased to be spoken to so nicely, for, after all, whatever his manners may be, he is a distinguished man, has won the V.C. and a baronetcy. He got the latter not long ago, after the frontier war in India. I was not, however, led away into cordiality myself. I had not forgotten his rudeness, and I thought he might be sucking up to me. I knew that when I had my dear Uncle Roger's many millions, I should be a rather important person, and of course he knew it too. So I got even with him for his former impudence. When he held out his hand, I put one finger in it and said, "How do?" He got very red and turned away. Father and he ended by glaring at each other, so neither of us was sorry to be done with him. All the time, Mr. St. Ledger did not seem to see or hear anything, but went on reading his letter. I thought the old McSkelpie was going to bring him into the matter between us, for as he turned away I heard him say something under his breath. It sounded like "help," but Mr. S. did not hear. He certainly did not notice it. As the Mac.S. and Mr. S. sat quite silent, neither looking at us, and as father was sitting on the other side of the room with his chin in his hand, and as I wanted to show that I was indifferent to the two S's, I took out this notebook and went on with the record, bringing it up to this moment. The record. Continued. When I had finished writing, I looked over at Rupert. When he saw us, he jumped up and went over to father and shook his hand quite warmly. Father took him very coolly. Rupert, however, did not seem to see it, but came towards me heartily. I happened to be doing something else at the moment, and at first I did not see his hand, but just as I was looking at it, the clock struck 11. Whilst it was striking, Mr. Trent came into the room. Close behind him came his clerk, carrying a locked-in box. There were two other men also. He bowed to us all in turn, beginning with me. I was standing opposite the door. The others were scattered about. Father sat still, but Sir Colin and Mr. St. Ledger rose. Mr. Trent did not shake hands with any of us, not even me. Nothing but his respectful bow. That is the etiquette for an attorney, I understand, on such formal occasions. He sat down at the end of the big table in the centre of the room and asked us to sit round. Father, of course, as head of the family, took the seat at his right hand. Sir Colin and St. Ledger went to the other side, the former taking the seat next to the attorney. The General knows, of course, that a baronet takes precedence at a ceremony. I may be a baronet some day myself, and have to know these things. The clerk took the key which his master handed to him, opened the tin box, and took from it a bundle of papers tied with red tape. This he placed before the attorney, and put the empty box behind him on the floor. Then he and the other man sat at the far end of the table. The latter took out a big notebook and several pencils, and put them before him. He was evidently a shorthand writer. Mr. Trent removed the tape from the bundle of papers, which he placed a little distance in front of him. He took a sealed envelope from the top, broke the seal, opened the envelope, and from it took a parchment, in the folds of which were some sealed envelopes, which he laid in a heap in front of the other paper. Then he unfolded the parchment and laid it before him with the outside page up. He fixed his glasses and said, "Gentlemen, the sealed envelope which you have seen me open is endorsed, 'My last will and testament, Roger Melton, June 1906. This document," holding it up, "is as follows. I, Roger Melton, of Openshaw Grange, in the county of Dorset, of number 123 Berkeley Square, London, and of the castle of Vissarion in the land of the Blue Mountains, being of sound mind, do make this my last will and testament, on this day, Monday, the 11th day of the month of June, in the year of our Lord 1906, at the office of my old friend and attorney Edward Bingham Trent, in number 176, Lincoln's Inn Fields, London, hereby revoking all other wills that I may have formerly made, and giving this as my sole and last will, making dispositions of my property as follows. 1. To my kinsman and nephew, Ernest Halberd Melton, Esquire, Justice of the Peace, Humcroft, the county of Salop, for his sole use and benefit, the sum of £20,000 sterling, free of all duties, taxes, and charges, whatever to be paid out of my 5% annum bonds of the City of Montreal, Canada. 2. To my respected friend and colleague, as co-trustee to the will of my late sister Patience, late widow of the late Captain Rupert St. Ledger, who predeceased her, Major General Sir Colin Alexander McKelpie, Baronet, holder of the Victoria Cross, Knight Commander of the Order of the Bath, of Croom, in the county of Ross, Scotland, a sum of £20,000 sterling, free of all taxes and charges whatsoever, to be paid out of my 5% annum bonds of the City of Toronto, Canada. 3. To Miss Janet McAlpay, presently residing at Croom in the county of Ross, Scotland, the sum of £20,000 sterling, free of all duties, taxes, and charges whatsoever, to be paid out of my 5% annum bonds of the London County Council. 4. To the various persons, charities, and trustees named in the schedule attached to this will, and marked A, the various sums mentioned therein, all free of duties and taxes and charges whatsoever. Here Mr. Trent read out the list here following, and announced for our immediate understanding of the situation the total amount as £250,000. Many of the beneficiaries were old friends, comrades, dependents, and servants, some of them being left quite large sums of money and specific objects, such as curios and pictures. 5. To my kinsman and nephew, Ernest Roger Halberd Melton, presently living in the house of his father at Humcroft, Salop, the sum of £10,000 sterling. 6. To my old and valued friend Edward Bingham Trent of 176 Lincoln's Inn Fields, sum of £20,000 sterling, free from all duties, taxes, and charges whatsoever, to be paid out of my 5% annum bonds of the City of Manchester, England. 7. To my dear nephew, Rupert St. Ledger, only son of my dear sister, Patience Melton, by her marriage with Captain Rupert St. Ledger, the sum of £1,000 sterling. I also bequeath to the said Rupert St. Ledger a further sum conditional upon his acceptance of the terms of a letter addressed to him, marked B, and left in the custody of the above Edward Bingham Trent, and which letter is an integral part of this my will. In case of the non-acceptance of the conditions of such letter, I devise and bequeath the whole of the sums and properties reserved therein to the executors herein appointed, Colin Alexander McKelpie and Edward Bingham Trent, in trust, to distribute the same in accordance with the terms of the letter in the present custody of Edward Bingham Trent, marked C, and now deposited, sealed with my seal, in the sealed envelope containing my last will, to be kept in the custody of the said Edward Bingham Trent, and which said letter C is also an integral part of my will. And in case any doubt should arise as to my ultimate intention as to the disposal of my property, the above-mentioned executors are to have full power to arrange and dispose all such matters as may seem best to them without further appeal. And if any beneficiary under this will shall challenge the same or any part of it, or dispute the validity thereof, he shall forfeit to the general estate the bequest made herein to him, and any such bequest shall cease and be void to all intents and purposes whatsoever. 8. For proper compliance with laws and duties connected with testamentary proceedings, and to keep my secret trust secret, I direct my executors to pay all death, estate, settlement, legacy, succession, or other duties, charges, impositions, and assessments, whatever on the residue of my estate beyond the bequests already named, at the scale charged in the case of most distant relatives or strangers in blood. 9. I hereby appoint as my executors Major General Sir Colin Alexander McKelpie, Baronet of Croom in the county of Ross, and Edward Bingham Trent, Attorney at Law of 176 Lincoln's Inn Fields, London, West Central, with full power to exercise their discretion in any circumstance which may arise in the carrying out my wishes as expressed in this will. As reward for their services in this capacity as executors, they are to receive each out of the general estate a sum of £100,000 sterling, free of all duties and impositions whatsoever. 12. The two memoranda contained in the letters marked B and C are integral parts of this my last will, are ultimately at the probate of the will to be taken as clauses 10 and 11 of it. The envelopes are marked B and C on both envelope and contents, and the contents of each is headed thus: B to be read as clause 10 of my will, and the other C to be read as clause 11 of my will. 13. Should either of the above-mentioned executors die before the completion of the above year and a half from the date of the reading of my will, or before the conditions rehearsed in letter C, the remaining executor shall have all and several the rights and duties entrusted by my will to both. And if both executors should die, then the matter of interpretation and execution of all matters in connection with this my last will shall rest with the Lord Chancellor of England for the time being, or with whomsoever he may appoint for the purpose. This, my last will, is given by me on the 1st day of January, in the year of our Lord 1907. Roger Melton. We, Andrew Rossiter and John Coulson, here in the presence of each other and of the testator, have seen the testator Roger Melton sign and seal this document. In witness thereof we hereby set our names. Andrew Rossiter, Clerk of 9 Primrose Avenue, London, W.C. John Coulson, caretaker of 176 Lincoln's Inn Fields, and verger of St. Tabitha's Church, Clerkenwell, London. When Mr. Trent had finished the reading, he put all the papers together and tied them up in a bundle again with the red tape. Holding the bundle in his hand, he stood up, saying as he did so, "That is all, gentlemen, unless any of you wish to ask me any questions, in which case I shall answer, of course, to the best of my power. I shall ask you, Sir Colin, to remain with me, as we have to deal with some matters, or to arrange a time when we may meet to do so. And you also, Mr. St. Ledger, as there is this letter to submit to you. It is necessary that you should open it in the presence of the executors, but there is no necessity that any one else should be present." The first to speak was my father. Of course, as a county gentleman of position and estate, who is sometimes asked to take the chair at sessions, of course, when there is not anyone with a title present, he found himself under the duty of expressing himself first. Old McKelpie has superior rank, but this was a family affair in which my father is head of the house, whilst old McKelpie is only an outsider brought into it, and then only to the distaff side, by the wife of a younger brother of the man who married into our family. Father spoke with the same look on his face as when he asks important questions of witnesses at quarter sessions. "I should like some points elucidated." The attorney bowed. He gets his 120 thou anyway, so he can afford to be oily, suave, I suppose he would call it. So father looked at a slip of paper in his hand and asked, "How much is the amount of the whole estate?" The attorney answered quickly, and I thought rather rudely. He was red in the face and didn't bow this time. I suppose a man of his class hasn't more than a very limited stock of manners. "That, sir, I am not at liberty to tell you, and I may say that I would not if I could." "Is it 1,000,000? said father again. He was angry this time, and even redder than the old attorney. The attorney said in answer, very quietly this time, "Ah, that's cross-examining. Let me say, sir, that no one can know that until the accountants to be appointed for the purpose have examined the affairs of the testator up to date." Mr. Rupert St. Ledger, who was looking all this time angrier than even the attorney or my father, though at what he had to be angry about I can't imagine, struck his fist on the table and rose up as if to speak, but as he caught sight of both old McKelpie and the attorney, he sat down again. "Mem, those three seem to agree too well. I must keep a sharp eye on them. I don't think of this part any more at the time, for father asked another question which interested me much. May I ask why the other matters of the will are not shown to us?" The attorney wiped his spectacles carefully with a big silk bandana handkerchief before he answered, "Simply because each of the 2 letters marked B and C is enclosed with the instructions regarding their opening and the keeping secret of their contents. I shall call your attention to the fact that both envelopes are sealed, and that the testator and both witnesses have signed their names across the flap of each envelope. I shall read them. The letter marked B, directed to Rupert St. Ledger, is thus endorsed. This letter is to be given to Rupert St. Ledger by the trustees, and is to be opened by him in their presence. He is to take such copy or make such notes as he may wish, and is then to hand the letter with envelope to the executors, who are at once to read it, each of them being entitled to make copy or notes, if desirous of so doing. The letter is then to be replaced in its envelope, and letter and envelope are to be placed in another envelope to be endorsed on outside as to its contents, and to be signed across the flap by both the executors and by the said Rupert St. Ledger. Signed, Roger Melton, 1606. The letter marked C, directed to Edward Bingham Trent is thus endorsed. This letter directed to Edward Bingham Trent is to be kept by him unopened for a term of 2 years after the reading of my last will, unless said period is earlier terminated by either the acceptance or refusal of Rupert St. Ledger to accept the conditions mentioned in my letter to him marked B, which he is to receive and read in the presence of my executors at the same meeting as but subsequent to the reading of the clauses, except those to be ultimately numbers 10 and 11 of my last will. This letter contains instructions as to what both the executors and the said Rupert St. Ledger are to do when such acceptance or refusal of the said Rupert St. Ledger has been made known, or if he omit or refuse to make any such acceptance or refusal at the end of 2 years next after my decease. Signed, Roger Melton, 1606. When the attorney had finished reading the last letter, he put it carefully in his pocket, and then he took the other letter in his hand and stood up. "Mr. Rupert St. Ledger," he said, "please open this letter, and in such a way that all present may see that the memorandum at the top of the contents is given as B, to be read as Clause 10 of my will." St. Ledger rolled up his sleeves and cuffs, just as if he was going to perform some sort of prestidigitation. It was very theatrical and ridiculous. Then, his wrists being quite bare, he opened the envelope and took out the letter. We all saw it quite well. It was folded with the first page outward, and on the top was written a line just as the attorney said. In obedience to a request from the attorney, he laid both letter and envelope on the table in front of him. The clerk then rose up and, after handing a piece of paper to the attorney, went back to his seat. Mr. Trent, having written something on the paper, asked us all who were present, even the clerk and the shorthand man, to look at the memorandum on the letter and what was written on the envelope, and to sign the paper, which ran, "We, the signatories of this paper, hereby declare that we have seen the sealed letter marked B and enclosed in the will of Roger Melton, opened in the presence of us all, including Mr. Edward Bingham Trent and Sir Colin Alexander McKelpie, and we declare that the paper therein contained was headed B, to be read as Clause 10 of my will, and that there were no other contents in the envelope. In attestation of which we, in the presence of each other, append our signatures." The attorney mentioned to my father to begin. Father is a cautious man, and he asked for a magnifying glass, which was shortly brought to him by a clerk for whom the clerk in the room called. Father examined the envelope all over very carefully, and also the memorandum at the top of the paper. Then, without a word, he signed the paper. Father is a just man. Then we all signed. The attorney folded the paper and put it in an envelope. Before closing it, he passed it round, and we all saw that it had not been tampered with. Father took it out and read it, and then put it back. Then the attorney asked us all to sign it across the flap, which we did. Then he put the sealing wax on it, and asked Father to seal it with his own seal. He did so. Then he and McKelpie sealed it also with their own seals. Then he put it in another envelope, which he sealed himself, and he and McKelpie signed it across the flap. Then Father stood up, and so did I. So did the two men, the clerk and the shorthand writer. Father did not say a word till we got out into the street. We walked along, and presently we passed an open gate into the fields. He turned back, saying to me, "Come in here. There is no one about, and we can be quiet. I want to speak to you." When we sat down on a seat with none other near it, Father said, "You are a student of the law. What does all that mean?" I thought it a good occasion for an epigram, so I said one word, "Bilk." Said Father, "that is so far as you and I are concerned. You with a beggarly 10,000 and I with 20. But what is or will be the effect of those secret trusts?" "Oh, that," I said, "will, I dare say, be all right. Uncle Roger evidently did not intend the older generation to benefit too much by his death, but he only gave Rupert St. Ledger £1,000, whilst he gave me 10. That looks as if he had more regard for the direct line. Of course—" Father interrupted me. "But what was the meaning of a further sum?" "I don't know, Father. There was evidently some condition which he was to fulfill, but he evidently didn't expect that he would. Why, otherwise, did he leave a second trust to Mr. Trent?" "True," said Father. Then he went on. "I wonder why he left those enormous sums to Trent and old McKelpie. They seem out of all proportion as executors' fees, unless—" "Unless what, Father?" "Unless the fortune he has left is an enormous one. That is why I asked." "And that," I laughed, "is why he refused to answer." "Why, Ernest, it must run into big figures." "Right-o, Father. The death duties will be annoying. What a beastly swindle the death duties are. Why, I shall suffer even on your own little estate." "That will do," he said curtly. Father is so ridiculously touchy. One would think he expects to live forever. Presently he spoke again. "I wonder what are the conditions of that trust. They are as important, almost, as the amount of the bequest, whatever it is. By the way, there seems to be no mention in the will of a residuary legatee. Ernest, my boy, we may have to fight over that." "How do you make that out, Father?" I asked. He had been very rude over the matter of the death duties of his own estate, though it entailed I must inherit. So I determined to let him see that I know a good deal more than he does, of law at any rate. I fear that when we come to look into it closely, that dog won't fight. In the first place, that may be all arranged in the letter to St. Ledger, which is a part of the will, and if that letter should be inoperative by his refusal of the conditions, whatever they may be, then the letter to the attorney begins to work. What it is we don't know, and perhaps even he doesn't. I looked at it as well as I could, and we lawmen are trained to observation. But even if the instructions mentioned as being in letter C fail, then the corpus of the will gives full power to Trent to act just as he darn pleases. He can give the whole thing to himself if he likes, and no one can say a word. In fact, he is himself the final court of appeal." Said Father to himself. "It's a queer kind of will, I take it, that can override the Court of Chancery. We shall perhaps have to try it before we are done with this." With that he rose, and we walked home together, without saying another word. My mother was very inquisitive about the whole thing. Women always are. Father and I between us told her all it was necessary for her to know. I think we were both afraid that, woman-like, she would make trouble for us by saying or doing something injudicious. Indeed, she manifested such hostility towards Rupert St. Ledger that it is quite on the cards that she may try to injure him in some way. So when Father said that he would have to go out shortly again, as he wished to consult his solicitor, I jumped up and said I would go with him, as I, too, should take advice as to how I stood in the matter. The contents of letter marked B, attached as an integral part to the last will of Roger Melton, June 11, 1907. This letter, an integral part of my last will, regards the entire residue of my estate beyond the specific bequests made in the body of my will. It is to appoint as residuary legatee of such will, in case he may accept in due form the conditions herein laid down, my dear nephew Rupert St. Ledger, only son of my sister Patience Melton, now deceased by her marriage with the Captain Rupert St. Ledger, also now deceased. On his acceptance of the conditions and the fulfilment of the first of them, the entire residue of my estates, after payments of all specific legacies and of all my debts and other obligations, is to become his absolute property, to be dealt with or disposed of as he may desire. The following are the conditions. 1. He is to accept, provisionally, by letter addressed to my executors, a sum of £999,000 sterling, free of all duties, taxes, or other imposts. This he will hold for a period of 6 months from the date of the reading of my last will, and have user of the accruements thereto calculated at the rate of 10% per annum, which amount he shall under no circumstances be required to replace. At the end of said 6 months, he must express in writing, directed to the executors of my will, his acceptance or refusal of the other conditions herein to follow. But if he may so choose, he shall be free to declare in writing to the executors, within 1 week from the time of the reading of the will, his wish to accept or to withdraw altogether from the responsibility of this trust. In case of withdrawal, he is to retain, absolutely and for his own use, the above-mentioned sum of £999,000 sterling, free of all duties, taxes, and imposts whatsoever, making with the specific bequest of £1,000 a clear sum of £1,000,000 sterling, free of all imposts. And he will, from the moment of the delivery of such written withdrawal, cease to have any right or interest whatsoever in the further disposition of my estate under this instrument. Should such written withdrawal be received by my executors, they shall have possession of such residue of my estate as shall remain, after the payment of the above sum of £999,000 sterling, and the payment of all duties, taxes, assessments, or imposts, as may be entailed by law by its conveyance to the said Rupert St. Leger, and these my executors shall hold the same for the further disposal of it according to the instructions given in the letter marked C, and which is also an integral part of my last will and testament. 2. If at or before the expiration of the 6 months above mentioned, the said Rupert St. Leger shall have accepted the further conditions herein stated, he is to have user of the entire income produced by such residue of my estate, the said income being paid to him quarterly on the usual quarter days by the aforesaid executors, to wit, Major General Sir Colin Alexander McKelpie Bart and Edward Bingham Trent, to be used by him in accordance with the terms and conditions hereinafter mentioned. 3. The said Rupert St. Leger is to reside for a period of at least 6 months, to begin not later than 3 months from the reading of my will, in the castle of Vissarion, in the land of the Blue Mountains. And if he fulfill the conditions imposed on him, and shall thereby become possessed of the residue of my estate, he is to continue to reside there in part for a period of 1 year. He is not to change his British nationality except by a formal consent of the Privy Council of Great Britain. At the end of a year and a half from the reading of my will, he is to report in person to my executors of the expenditure of amounts paid or due by him in the carrying out of the trust, and if they are satisfied that same are in general accord with the conditions named in above-mentioned letter marked C, and which is an integral part of my will, they are to record their approval on such will, which can then go for final probate and taxation. On the completion of which, the said Rupert St. Leger shall become possessed absolutely and without further act or need of the entire residue of my estate. In witness whereof, etc., signed, Roger Melton. This document is attested by the witnesses to the will on the same date. Personal and confidential. Memoranda made by Edward Bingham Trent in connection with the will of Roger Melton. January 3, 1907. The interests and issues of all concerned in the will and estates of the late Roger Melton of Openshaw Grange are so vast that in case any litigation should take place regarding the same, I, as the solicitor, having the carriage of the testator's wishes, think it well to make certain memoranda of events, conversations, etc., not covered by documentary evidence. I make the first memorandum immediately after the event, whilst every detail of act and conversation is still fresh in my mind. I shall also try to make such comments thereon as may serve to refresh my memory hereafter, and which, in case of my death, may perhaps afford, as opinions contemporaneously recorded, some guiding light to others or others who may later on have to continue and complete the tasks entrusted to me. 1. Concerning the reading of the will of Roger Melton. When beginning at 11 o'clock a.m. on this, the forenoon of Thursday, the 3rd day of January 1907, I opened the will and read it in full, except the clauses contained in the letters marked B and C. There were present, in addition to myself, the following. 1. Ernest Halbert Melton, J.P., nephew of the testator. 2. Ernest Roger Halbert Melton, son of the above. 3. Rupert St. Leger, nephew of the testator. 4. Major General Sir Colin Alexander McKelpie, Bart., co-executor with myself of the will. 5. Andrew Rossiter, my clerk, one of the witnesses of the testator's will. 6. Alfred Nugent, stenographer, of Messrs. Castle's Office, 21 Bream's Buildings, W.C. When the will had been read, Mr. E. H. Melton asked the value of the estate left by the testator, which query I did not feel empowered or otherwise able to answer, and a further query as to why those present were not shown the secret clauses of the will. I answered by reading the instructions endorsed on the envelopes of the 2 letters marked B and C, which were sufficiently explanatory. But, lest any question should hereafter arise as to the fact that the memoranda in the letters marked B and C, which were to be read as clauses 10 and 11 of the will, I caused Rupert St. Leger to open the envelope marked B in the presence of all in the room. These all signed a paper which I had already prepared, to the effect that they had seen the envelope opened, and that the memorandum marked B, to be read as clause 10 of my will, was contained in the envelope, of which it was to be the sole contents. Mr. Ernest Halbert Melton, J.P., before signing, carefully examined with a magnifying glass, for which he had asked, both the envelope and the heading of the memorandum enclosed in the letter. He was about to turn the folded paper which was lying on the table over, by which he might have been able to read the matter of the memorandum had he so desired. I at once advised him that the memorandum he was to sign dealt only with the heading of the page and not with the matter. He looked very angry but said nothing, and after a second scrutiny signed. I put the memorandum in an envelope, which we all signed across the flap. Before signing, Mr. Ernest Halbert Melton took out the paper and verified it. I then asked him to close it, which he did, and when the sealing wax was on it, he sealed it with his own seal. Sir Colin A. McKelpie and I also appended our own seals. I put the envelope in another, which I sealed with my own seal, and my co-executor and I signed it across the flap and added the date. I took charge of this. When the others present had taken their departure, my co-executor and I, together with Mr. Rupert St. Leger, who had remained at my request, went into my private room. Here, Mr. Rupert St. Leger read the memorandum marked B, which is to be read as clause 10 of the will. He is evidently a man of considerable nerve, for his face was quite impassive as he read the document, which conveyed to him, subject to the conditions laid down, a fortune which has no equal in amount in Europe, even, so far as I know, amongst the crowned heads. When he had read it over a second time, he stood up and said, "I wish I had known my uncle better. He must have had the heart of a king. I never heard of such generosity as he has shown me. Mr. Trent, I see, from the conditions of this memorandum or codicil, or whatever it is, that I am to declare within a week as to whether I accept the conditions imposed on me. Now, I want you to tell me this. Must I make a week to declare? In answer, I told him that the testator's intention was manifestly to see that he had full time to consider fully every point before making formal decision and declaration. But, in answer to the specific question, I could answer that he might make declaration when he would, provided it was within, or rather not after, the week named. I added, but I strongly advise you not to act hurriedly. So enormous a sum is involved that you may be sure that all possible efforts will be made by someone or other to dispossess you of your inheritance, and it will be well that everything shall be done not only in perfect order, but with such manifest care and deliberation that there can be no question as to your intention. Thank you, sir, he answered. I shall do as you shall kindly advise me in this as in other things. But I may tell you now, and you too, my dear Sir Colin, that I not only accept my Uncle Roger's conditions in this, but that when the time comes, in the other matters, I shall accept every condition that he had in his mind, and that I may know of in everything. He looked exceedingly in earnest, and it gave me such pleasure to see and hear him. It was just what a young man should do who had been so generously treated. As the time had now come, I gave him the bulky letter addressed to him, marked D, which I had in my safe. As I fulfilled my obligation in the matter, I said, You need not read the letter here. You can take it away with you, and read it by yourself at leisure. It is your own property, without any obligation whatever attached to it. By the way, perhaps it would be well if you knew. I have a copy sealed up in an envelope and endorsed. To be opened if occasion should arise, but not otherwise. Will you see me tomorrow, or better still, dine with me alone here tonight? I should like to have a talk with you, and you may wish to ask me some questions. He answered me cordially. I actually felt touched by the way he said goodbye before he went away. Sir Colin McAlpine went with him, as St. Ledger was to drop him at the Reform. Letter from Roger Melton to Rupert St. Ledger, endorsed D. Re. Rupert St. Ledger, to be given to him by Edward Bingham Trent if and as soon as he has declared, formally or informally, his intention of accepting the conditions named in letter B, forming clause 10 in my will. R.M. 1107. Memoranda: copy, sealed, left in custody of E.B. Trent, to be opened, if necessary, as directed. June 11, 1906. My dear nephew, when, if ever, you receive this, you will know that, with the exception of some definite bequests, I have left to you, under certain conditions, the entire bulk of my fortune, a fortune so great that by its aid as a help, a man of courage and ability may carve out for himself a name and place in history. The specific conditions contained in clause 10 of my will have to be observed, for such I deem to be of service to your own fortune, but herein I give my advice, which you are at liberty to follow or not as you will, and my wishes, which I shall try to explain fully and clearly, so that you may be in possession of my views in case you should desire to carry them out, or, at least, to so endeavour that the results I hope for may be ultimately achieved. First, let me explain, for your understanding and your guidance, that the power, or perhaps it had better be called the pressure, behind the accumulation of my fortune has been ambition. In obedience to its compulsion, I toiled early and late until I had so arranged matters that, subject to broad supervision, my ideas could be carried out by men whom I had selected and tested and not found wanting. This was for years to the satisfaction and ultimately to the accumulation by these men of fortune commensurate in some measure to their own worth and their importance to my designs. Thus, I had accumulated, while still a young man, a considerable fortune. This I have, for over 40 years, used sparingly as regards my personal needs, daringly with regard to speculative investments. With the latter I took such very great care, studying the conditions surrounding them so thoroughly, that even now my schedule of bad debts or unsuccessful investments is almost a blank. Perhaps by such means things flourish with me, and wealth piled in so fast that at times I could hardly use it to advantage. This was all done as the forerunner of ambition, but I was over 50 years of age when the horizon of ambition itself opened up to me. I speak thus freely, my dear Rupert, as when you read it I shall have passed away, and not ambition nor the fear of misunderstanding, nor even of scorn can touch me. My ventures in commerce and finance covered not only the Far East, but every foot of the way to it, so that the Mediterranean and all its opening seas were familiar to me. In my journeyings up and down the Adriatic, I was always struck by the great beauty and seeming richness, native richness, of the land of the Blue Mountains. At last, chance took me into that delectable region. When the Balkan struggle of '90 was on, one of the great voivodes came to me in secret to arrange a large loan for national purposes. It was known in financial circles of both Europe and Asia that I took an active part in the haute politique of national treasuries, and the voivode Vissarion came to me as to one able and willing to carry out his wishes. After confidential pourparlers, he explained to me that his nation was in the throes of a great crisis. As you perhaps know, the gallant little nation in the land of the Blue Mountains has had a strange history. For more than 1,000 years, ever since its settlement after the disaster of Rossero, it had maintained its national independence under several forms of government. At first it had a king whose successors became so despotic that they were dethroned. Then it was governed by the voivodes, with the combining influence of the vladika, somewhat similar in power and function to the prince-bishops of Montenegro, afterwards by a prince, or, as at present, by an irregular elective council, influenced in a modified form by the vladika, who was then supposed to exercise a purely spiritual function. Such a council, in a small, poor nation, did not have sufficient funds for armaments, which were not immediately and imperatively necessary, and therefore the voivode Vissarion, who had vast estates in his own possession, and who was the present representative, a family which of old had been leaders in the land, found it a duty to do, on his own account, that which the state could not do. For security as to the loan which he wished to get, and which was indeed a vast one, he offered to sell me his whole estate, if I would secure to him a right to repurchase it within a given time, a time which I may say has some time ago expired. He made it a condition that the sale and agreement should remain a strict secret between us, as a widespread knowledge that his estate had changed hands would in all probability result in my death and his own at the hands of the mountaineers, who are beyond everything loyal, and were jealous to the last degree. An attack by Turkey was feared, and new armaments were required, and the patriotic voivode was sacrificing his own great fortune for the public good. What a sacrifice this was he well knew, for in all discussions regarding a possible change in the constitution of the Blue Mountains, it was always taken for granted that if the principles of the constitution should change to a more personal rule, his own family should be regarded as the most noble. It had ever been on the side of freedom in olden time, before the establishment of the council, or even during the rule of the voivodes. The Vissarion had every now and again stood out against the king or challenged the princedom. The very name stood for freedom, for nationality, against foreign oppression, and the bold mountaineers were devoted to it, as in other free countries men follow the flag. Such loyalty was a power and a help in the land, for it knew danger in every form, and anything which aided the cohesion of its integers was a natural asset. On every side other powers, great and small, pressed the land, anxious to acquire its suzerainty by any means, fraud or force. Greece, Turkey, Austria, Russia, Italy, France had all tried in vain. Russia, often held back, was waiting an opportunity to attack. Austria and Greece, although united by no common purpose or design, were ready to throw in their forces with whomsoever might seem most likely to be victor. Other Balkan states, too, were not lacking in desire to add the little territory of the Blue Mountains to their more ample possessions. Albania, Dalmatia, Herzegovina, Servia, Bulgaria looked with lustful eyes on the land which was in itself a vast natural fortress, having close under its shelter perhaps the finest harbour between Gibraltar and the Dardanelles. But the fierce, hardy mountaineers were unconquerable. For centuries they had fought with a fervour and fury that nothing could withstand or abate, attacks on their independence. Time after time, century after century, they had opposed with dauntless front invading armies sent against them. This unquenchable fire of freedom had had its effect. One and all, the great powers knew that to conquer that little nation would be no mean task, but rather that of a tireless giant. Over and over again had they fought with units against hundreds, never ceasing until they had either wiped out their foes entirely or seen them retreat across the frontier in diminished numbers. For many years past, however, the land of the Blue Mountains had remained unassailable, for all the powers and states had feared lest the others should unite against the one who should begin the attack. At the time I speak of, there was a feeling throughout the Blue Mountains, and indeed elsewhere, that Turkey was preparing for a war of offence. The objective of her attack was not known anywhere, but here there was evidence that the Turkish Bureau of Spies was in active exercise towards their sturdy little neighbour. To prepare for this, the voivode Peter Vissarion approached me in order to obtain the necessary sinews of war. The situation was complicated by the fact that the elective council was at present largely held together by the old Greek Church, which was the religion of the people, and which had since the beginning of its destinies linked in a large degree with theirs. Thus it was possible that if a war should break out, it might easily become, whatever might have been its cause or beginnings, a war of creeds. This, in the Balkans, must be largely one of races, the end of which no mind could diagnose or even guess at. I had now, for some time, had knowledge of the country and its people, and had come to love them both. The nobility of Vissarion's self-sacrifice at once appealed to me, and I felt that I, too, should like to have a hand in the upholding of such a land and such a people. They both deserved freedom. When Vissarion handed me the completed deed of sale, I was going to tear it up, but he somehow recognized my intention and forestalled it. He held up his hand arrestingly as he said, "I recognize your purpose, and believe me, I honor you for it from the very depths of my soul. But, my friend, it must not be. Our mountaineers are proud beyond belief. Though they would allow me, who am one of themselves, and whose fathers have been in some way leaders and spokesmen amongst them for many centuries, to do all that is in my power to do, and what each and all they would be glad to do were the call to them, they would not accept aid from one outside themselves. My good friend, they would resent it, and might show to you, who wish us all so well, active hostility which might end in danger or even death. That was why, my friend, I asked you to put a clause in our agreement that I might have right to repurchase my estate, regarding which you would fain act so generously. Thus it is, my dear nephew Rupert, only son of my dear sister, that I hereby charge you solemnly, as you value me, as you value yourself, as you value honour, that, should it ever become known that the noble voivode Peter Vissarion imperilled himself for his country's good, and if it be of danger or evil, repute to him that even for such a purpose he sold his heritage, you shall at once, and to the knowledge of the mountaineers, though not necessarily to others, reconvey to him, or his heirs, the freehold that he was willing to part with, and that he has de facto parted with by the effluxion of the time during which his right of repurchase existed. This is a secret trust and duty which is between thee and me alone in the first instance, a duty which I have undertaken on behalf of my heirs, and which must be carried out at whatsoever cost may ensue. You must not take it that it is from any mistrust of you or belief that you will fail that I have taken another measure to ensure that this my cherished idea is borne out. Indeed, it is that the law may, in case of need, for no man can know what may happen after his own hand be taken from the plough, be complied with, that I have in another letter written for the guidance of others, directed that in case of any failure to carry out this trust, death or other, the direction become a clause or codicil to my will. But in the meantime, I wish that this be kept a secret between us two. To show you the full extent of my confidence, let me here tell you that the letter alluded to above is marked C, and directed to my solicitor and co-executor, Edward Bingham Trent, which is finally to be regarded as Clause 11 of my will. To which end he has my instructions, and also a copy of this letter, which is, in case of need, and that only, to be opened, and is to be a guide to my wishes as to the carrying out by you of the conditions on which you inherit. And now, my dear nephew, let me change to another subject more dear to me, yourself. When you read this, I shall have passed away, so that I need not be hampered now by that reserve which I feel has grown upon me through a long and self-contained life. Your mother was very dear to me. As you know, she was 20 years younger than her youngest brother, who was 2 years younger than me. So we were all young men when she was a baby, and, I need not say, a pet amongst us, almost like our own child to each of us, as well as our sister. You knew her sweetness and her high quality, so I need say nothing of these, but I should like you to understand that she was very dear to me. When she and your father came to know and love each other, I was far away, opening up a new branch of business in the interior of China, and it was not for several months that I got home news. When I first heard of him, they had already been married. I was delighted to find that they were very happy. They needed nothing that I could give. When he died so suddenly, I tried to comfort her, and all I had was at her disposal, did she want it. She was a proud woman, though not with me. She had come to understand that, though I seemed cold and hard, and perhaps was so generally, I was not so to her. But she would not have any help of any kind. When I pressed her, she told me that she had enough for your keep and education and her own sustenance for the time she must still live, that your father and she had agreed that you should be brought up to a healthy and strenuous life rather than to one of luxury, and she thought that it would be better for the development of your character that you should learn to be self-reliant and be content with what your dear father had left you. She had always been a wise and thoughtful girl, and now all her wisdom and thought were for you, your fathers, and her child. When she spoke of you, your future, she said many things which I thought memorable. One of them I remember to this day. It was apropos of my saying that there is a danger of its own kind in extreme poverty. A young man might know too much want. She answered me, "True, that is so, but there is a danger that overrides it," and after a time went on, "It is better not to know wants than not to know want." I tell you, boy, that is a great truth, and I hope you will remember it for yourself as well as a part of the wisdom of your mother. And here, let me say something else which is a sort of corollary of that wise utterance. I dare say you thought me very hard and unsympathetic that time I would not, as one of your trustees, agree to your transferring your little fortune to Miss McAlpy. I dare say you bear a grudge towards me about it up to this day. Well, if you have any of that remaining, put it aside when you know the truth. That request of yours was an unspeakable delight to me. It was like your mother coming back from the dead. That little letter of yours made me wish for the first time that I had a son, and that he should be like you. I fell into a sort of reverie, thinking if I were yet too old to marry, so that a son might be with me in my declining years, if such were to ever be for me. But I concluded that this might not be. There was no woman whom I knew or had ever met with that I could love as your mother loved your father, and as he loved her. So I resigned myself to my fate. I must go my lonely road on to the end. And then came a ray of light into my darkness. There was you. Though you might not feel like a son to me, I could not expect it when the memory of that sweet relationship was more worthily filled. But I could feel like a father to you. Nothing could prevent that or interfere with it, for I would keep it as my secret in the very holy of holies in my heart, where had been for 30 years the image of a sweet little child, your mother. My boy, when in your future life you shall have happiness and honour and power, I hope you will sometimes give a thought to the lonely old man whose later years your very existence seemed to brighten. The thought of your mother recalled to me my duty. I had undertaken for her a sacred task, to carry out her wishes regarding her son. I knew how she would have acted. It would have been to her a struggle of inclination and duty would have won. And so I carried out my duty, though I tell you it was a harsh and bitter task to me at the time. But I may tell you that I have since been glad when I think over the result. I tried, as you may perhaps remember, to carry out your wishes in another way. But your letter put the difficulty of doing so clearly before me that I had to give it up. And let me tell you that letter endeared you to me more than ever. I need not tell you that henceforth I followed your life very closely. When you ran away to sea, I used in secret every part of the mechanism of commerce to find out what had become of you. Then, until you had reached majority, I had a constant watch kept upon you, not to interfere with you in any way, but so that I might be able to find you should need arise. When in due course I heard of your first act on coming of age, I was satisfied. I had to know of the carrying out of your original intention towards Janet McKelpie, for the securities had to be transferred. From that time on I watched, of course, through other eyes, your chief doings. It would have been a pleasure to me to have been able to help in carrying out any hope or ambition of yours, but I realized that in the years intervening between your coming of age and the present moment you were fulfilling your ideas and ambitions in your own way, and, as I shall try to explain to you presently, my ambitions also. You were of so adventurous a nature that even my own widely spread machinery of acquiring information, what I may call my private intelligence department, was inadequate. My machinery was fairly adequate for the East, in great part at all events. But you went north and south and west also, and in addition you essayed realms where commerce and purely real affairs have no foothold, worlds of thought, of spiritual import, of psychic phenomena, speaking generally of mysteries. As now and again I was baffled in my inquiries, I had to enlarge my mechanism, and to this end started, not in my own name of course, some new magazines devoted to certain branches of inquiry and adventure. Should you ever care to know more of these things, Mr. Trent, in whose name the stock is left, will be delighted to give you all details. Indeed, these stocks, like all else I have, shall be yours when the time comes, if you care to ask for them. By means of the Journal of Adventure, the Magazine of Mystery, Occultism, Balloon and Aeroplane, the Submarine, Jungle and Pampas, the Ghost World, the Explorer, Forest and Island, Ocean and Creek. I was often kept informed when I should otherwise have been ignorant of your whereabouts and designs. For instance, when you had disappeared into the forest of the Incas, I got the first whisper of your strange adventures and discoveries in the buried cities of Eudori from a correspondent of the Journal of Adventure long before the details given in the times of the rock temple of the primeval savages, where only remained the little dragon serpents whose giant ancestors were rudely sculptured on the sacrificial altar? Well, I remember how I thrilled at even that meagre account of your going in alone into that veritable hell. It was from occultism that I learned how you had made a stay alone in the haunted catacombs of Elora, in the far recesses of the Himalayas, and of the fearful experiences which, when you came out shuddering and ghastly, overcame to almost epileptic fear those who had banded themselves together to go as far as the rock-cut approach to the hidden temple. All such things I read with rejoicing. You were shaping yourself for a wider and loftier adventure, which would crown more worthily your matured manhood. When I read of you in Description of Mihask in Madagascar, and the devil worship there rarely held, I felt I had only to wait for your homecoming in order to broach the enterprise I had so long contemplated. This is what I read. He is a man to whom no adventure is too wild or too daring. His reckless bravery is a byword amongst many savage peoples and amongst many others not savages, whose fears are not of material things, but of the world of mysteries in and beyond the grave. He dares not only wild animals and savage men, but has tackled African magic and Indian mysticism. The Psychical Research Society has long exploited his deeds of valiance and looked upon him as perhaps their most trusted agent or source of discovery. He is, in the very prime of life, of almost giant stature and strength, trained to the use of all arms of all countries, inured to every kind of hardship, subtle-minded and resourceful, understanding human nature from its elemental form up. To say that he is fearless would be inadequate. In a word, he is a man whose strength and daring fit him for any enterprise of any kind. He would dare and do anything in the world or out of it, on the earth or under it, in the sea or in the air, fearing nothing material or unseen, not man or ghost, nor God nor devil. If you ever care to think of it, I carried that cutting in my pocket-book from that hour. I read it till now. Remember, again, I say that I never interfered in the slightest way in any of your adventures. I wanted you to "dree your own weird," as the Scotch say, and I wanted to know of it, that was all. Now, as I hold you fully equipped for greater enterprise, I want to set your feet on the road and to provide you with the most potent weapon, beyond personal qualities, for the winning of great honour. Again, my dear nephew, which I am right sure does and will appeal to you as it has ever done to me. I have worked for it for more than 50 years, but now that the time has come when the torch is slipping from my old hands, I look to you, my dearest kinsman, to lift it and carry it on. The little nation of the Blue Mountains has from the first appealed to me. It is poor and proud and brave. Its people are well worth winning, and I would advise you to throw in your lot with them. You may find them hard to win, for when peoples, like individuals, are poor and proud, these qualities are apt to react on each other to an endless degree. These men are untamable, and no one can ever succeed with them unless he is with them, all in all, and is a leader recognized. But if you can win them, they are loyal to the death. If you are ambitious, and I know you are, they may be a field for you in such a country. With your qualifications, fortified by the fortune which I am happy enough to be able to leave to you, you may dare much and go far. Should I be alive when you return from your exploration in North and South America, I may have the happiness of helping you to this or any other ambition, and I shall deem it a privilege to share it with you. But time is going on. I am in my 72nd year. The years of man are 70. I suppose you understand. I do. Let me point out this. For ambitious projects, the great nationalities are impossible to a stranger, and in our own we are limited by loyalty and common sense. It is only in a small nation that great ambitions can be achieved. if you share my own views and wishes. The Blue Mountains is your ground. I hoped at one time that I might yet become a voivode, even a great one. But age has dulled my personal ambitions as it has cramped my powers. I no longer dream of such honour for myself, though I do look on it as a possibility for you if you care for it. Through my will, you will have a great position and a great estate, and though you may have to yield up the latter in accordance with my wish, as already expressed in this letter, the very doing so will give you an even greater hold than this possession in the hearts of the mountaineers, should they ever come to know it. Should it be that at the time you inherit from me the voivode Vissarion should not be alive, it may serve or aid you to know that in such case you would be absolved from any conditions of mine, though I trust you would in that, as in all other matters, hold obligation enforced by your own honour as to my wishes. Therefore the matter stands thus. If Vissarion lives, you will relinquish the estates. Should such not be the case, you will act as you believe that I would wish you to. In either case, the mountaineers should not know from you in any way of the secret contracts between Vissarion and myself. Enlightenment of the many should, if ever, come from others than yourself. And unless such take place, you would leave the estates without any quid pro quo whatever. This you need not mind, for the fortune you will inherit will leave you free and able to purchase other estates in the Blue Mountains or elsewhere that you may select in the world. If others attack them, and quicker and harder than they can, if such be a possibility. Should it ever be that you inherit the castle of Vissarion on the spear of Ivan, remember that I had it secretly fortified and armed against attack. There are not only massive grills, but doors of chilled bronze where such be needed. My adherent Rook, who has faithfully served me for nearly 40 years and has gone on my behalf on many perilous expeditions, will, I trust, serve you in the same way. Treat him well for my sake, if not for your own. I have left him provision for a life of ease, but he would rather take a part in dangerous enterprises. He is silent as the grave and as bold as a lion. He knows every detail of the fortification and of the secret means of defence. A word in your ear. He was once a pirate. He was then in his extreme youth, and long since changed his ways in this respect, but from this fact you can understand his nature. You will find him useful, should occasion ever arise. Should you accept the conditions of my letter, you are to make the Blue Mountains, in part at least, your home, living there a part of the year, if only for a week, as in England men of many estates share the time amongst them. To this you are not bound, and no one shall have power to compel you or interfere with you. I only express a hope. But one thing I do more than hope, I desire, if you will honour my wishes, that, come what may, you are to keep your British nationality, unless by special arrangement with and consent of the Privy Council. Such arrangement to be formally made by my friend Edward Bingham Trent, or whomsoever he may appoint by deed or will to act in the matter, and made in such a way that no act save that alone of Parliament in all its estates, and endorsed by the King, may or can prevail against it. My last word to you is, be bold and honest, and fear not. Most things, even kingship somewhere, may now and again be won by the sword. A brave heart and a strong arm may go far, but whatever is so won cannot be held merely by the sword. Justice alone can hold in the long run. Where men trust, they will follow, and the rank and file of people want to follow, not to lead. If it be your fortune to lead, be bold. Be wary, if you will. Exercise any other faculties that may aid or guard. Shrink from nothing. Avoid nothing that is honourable in itself. Take responsibility when such presents itself. What others shrink from, accept. And that is to be great in what world, little or big, you move. Fear nothing, no matter of what kind danger may be or whence it come. The only real way to meet danger is to despise it, except with your brains. Meet it in the gate, not the hall. My kinsman, the name of my race and your own, worthily mingled in your own person, now rests with you. Letter from Rupert St. Ledger, 32 Bodmin Street, Victoria, SW, to Miss Janet McKelpie, Croom, Rossshire, January 3, 1907. My dearest Aunt Janet, you will, I know, be rejoiced to hear of the great good fortune which has come to me through the will of Uncle Roger. Perhaps Sir Colin will have written to you, as he is one of the executors, and there is a bequest to you, so I must not spoil his pleasure of telling you of that part himself. Unfortunately, I am not free to speak fully of my own legacy yet, but I want you to know that at worst I am to receive an amount many times more than I ever dreamt of possessing through any possible stroke of fortune. So soon as I can leave London, where of course I must remain until things are settled, I am coming up to Croom to see you, and I hope I shall by then be able to let you know so much that you will be able to guess at the extraordinary change that has come to my circumstances. It is all like an impossible dream. There is nothing like it in the Arabian Nights. However, the details must wait. I am pledged to secrecy for the present, and you must be pledged too. You won't mind, my dear, will you? What I want to do at present is merely to tell you of my good fortune, and that I shall be going presently to live for a while at Vissarion. Won't you come with me, Aunt Janet? We shall talk more of this when I come to Croom, but I want you to keep the subject in your mind. Your loving Rupert. From Rupert St. Ledger's Journal, January 4, 1907. Things have been humming about me so fast that I have had hardly time to think. But some of the things that have been so important and have so changed my entire outlook on life that it may be well to keep some personal record of them. I may some day want to remember some detail, perhaps the sequence of events or something like that, and it may be useful. It ought to be, if there is any justice in things, for it will be an awful swat to write when I have so many things to think of now. Aunt Janet, I suppose, will like to keep it locked up for me, as she does with all my journals and papers. That is one good thing about Aunt Janet amongst many. She has no curiosity, or else she has some other quality which keeps her from prying as other women would. It would seem that she has not so much as opened the cover of one of my journals ever in her life, and that she would not without my permission. So this can, in time, go to her also. I dined last night with Mr. Trent by his special desire. The dinner was in his own rooms. Dinner sent in from the hotel. He would not have any waiters at all, but made them send in the dinner all at once, and we helped ourselves. As we were quite alone, we could talk freely, and we got over a lot of ground while we were dining. He began to tell me about Uncle Roger. I was glad of that, for of course I wanted to know all I could of him, and the fact was I had seen very little of him. Of course, when I was a small child, he was often in our house, for he was very fond of mother and she of him. But I fancy that a small boy was rather a nuisance to him. And then I was at school, and he was away in the East. And then poor mother died while he was living in the Blue Mountains, and I never saw him again. When I wrote to him about Aunt Janet, he answered me very kindly, but he was so very just in the manner that I got afraid of him. And after that I ran away, and have been roaming ever since, so there was never a chance of our meeting. But that letter of his has opened my eyes. To think of him following me that way all over the world, waiting to hold out a helping hand if I should want it. I only wish I had known, or even suspected, the sort of man he was and how he cared for me, and I would sometimes have come back to see him if I had to come half round the world. Well, all I can do now is to carry out his wishes. That will be my expiation for my neglect. He knew what he wanted exactly, and I suppose I shall come in time to know it all and understand it too. I was thinking something like this when Mr. Trent began to talk, so that all he said fitted exactly into my own thought. The two men were evidently great friends. I should have gathered that, anyhow, from the will and the letters, so I was not surprised when Mr. Trent told me that they had been to school together, Uncle Roger being a senior when he was a junior, and had then and ever after shared each other's confidence. Mr. Trent, I gathered, had from the very first been in love with my mother, even when she was a little girl, but he was poor and shy, and did not like to speak. When he had made up his mind to do so, he found that she had by then met my father, and could not help seeing that they loved each other. So he was silent. He told me he had never said a word about it to anyone, not even to my Uncle Roger, though he knew from one thing and another, though he never spoke of it, that he would like it. I could not help seeing that the dear old man regarded me in a sort of parental way. I have heard of such romantic attachments being transferred to the later generation. I was not displeased with it. On the contrary, I liked him better for it. I love my mother so much, I always think of her in the present, that I cannot think of her as dead. There is a tie between anyone else who loved her and myself. I tried to let Mr. Trent see that I liked him, and it pleased him so much that I could see his liking for me growing greater. Before we parted, he told me that he was going to give up business. He must have understood how disappointed I was, for how could I ever get along at all without him? For he said, as he laid a hand quite affectionately, I thought, on my shoulder, "I shall have one client, though, whose business I always hope to keep, and for whom I shall be always whilst I live glad to act, if he will have me." I did not care to speak as I took his hand. He squeezed mine too, and said very earnestly, "I served your uncle's interest to the very best of my ability for nearly 50 years. He had full confidence in me, and I was proud of his trust. I can honestly say, Rupert, you won't mind me using that familiarity, will you? That though the interest which I guarded was so vast that without abusing my trust I could often have used my knowledge to my personal advantage, I never once, in little matters or big, abused that trust. No, not even rubbed the bloom off it. And now that he has remembered me in his will so generously that I need work no more, it will be a very genuine pleasure and pride to me to carry out as well as I can the wishes that I partly knew and now realize more fully towards you, his nephew." In the long chat which we had, and which lasted till midnight, he told me many very interesting things about Uncle Roger. When, in the course of conversation, he mentioned that the fortune Uncle Roger left must be well over 100 millions, I was so surprised that I said out loud, "I did not mean to ask a question. How on earth could a man beginning with nothing realize such a gigantic fortune?" "By all honest ways," he answered, "and his clever human insight. He knew one half of the world and so kept abreast of all public and national movements that he knew the critical moment to advance money required. He was always generous and always on the side of freedom. There are nations at this moment only now entering on the consolidation of their liberty who owe all to him, who knew when and how to help. No wonder that in some lands they will drink to his memory on great occasions as they used to drink to his health." "As you and I shall do now, sir," I said, as I filled my glass and stood up. We drank it in bumpers. We did not say a word, either of us, but the old gentleman held out his hand and I took it. And so, holding hands, we drank in silence. It made me feel quite choky, and I could see that he, too, was moved. From E.B. Trent's Memoranda, January 4, 1907. I asked Mr. Rupert St. Ledger to dine with me at my office alone, as I wished to have a chat with him. Tomorrow, Sir Colin and I will have a formal meeting with him for the settlement of affairs, but I thought it best to have an informal talk with him alone first, as I wish to tell him certain matters which will make our meeting tomorrow more productive of utility, as he can now have more full understanding of the subjects which we have to discuss. Sir Colin is all that can be in manhood, and I could wish no better colleague in the executorship of this phenomenal will, but he has not had the privilege of a lifelong friendship with the testator as I have had. And, as Rupert St. Ledger had to learn intimate details regarding his uncle, I could best make my confidences alone. Tomorrow we shall have plenty of formality. I was delighted with Rupert. He is just what I could have wished his mother's boy to be, or a son of my own to be, had I had the good fortune to have been a father. But this is not for me. I remember long, long ago reading a passage in Lamb's Essays which hangs in my mind. The children of Alice call Bartram father. Some of my old friends would laugh to see me write this, but these memoranda are for my eyes alone, and no one shall see them till after my death, unless by my own permission. The boy takes some qualities after his father. He has a daring that is disturbing to an old dry-as-dust lawyer like me, but somehow I like him more than I ever liked anyone, any man, in my life, more even than his uncle, my old friend Roger Melton, and Lord knows I had much cause to like him. I have more than ever now. It was quite delightful to see the way the young adventurer was touched by his uncle's thought of him. He is a truly gallant fellow, but venturesome exploits have not affected the goodness of heart. It is a pleasure to me to think that Roger and Colin came together apropos of the boy's thoughtful generosity towards Miss McAlpine. The old soldier would be a good friend to him, or I am much mistaken. With an old lawyer like me, and an old soldier like him, and a real old gentlewoman like Miss McAlpine, who loves the very ground he walks on, to look after him, together with all his own fine qualities and his marvellous experience of the world, and the gigantic wealth that will surely be his, that young man will go far. Letter from Rupert St. Ledger to Miss Janet McAlpine, Croom. January 5, 1907. My dearest Aunt Janet, it is all over, the first stage of it, and that is as far as I can get at present. I shall have to wait for a few days, or it may be weeks, in London, for the doing of certain things now necessitated by my acceptance of Uncle Roger's bequest. But as soon as I can, dear, I shall come down to Croom and spend with you as many days as possible. I shall then tell you all I am at liberty to tell, and I shall thank you personally for your consent to come with me to Vissarion. Oh, how I wish my dear mother had lived to be with us! It would have made her happy, I know, to have come, and then we three who shared together the old dear hard days would have shared in the same way the new splendour. I would try to show all my love and gratitude to you both. You must take the whole burden of it now, dear, for you and I are alone. No, not alone as we used to be, for I have now 2 old friends who are already dear to me. One is so to you already. Sir Colin is simply splendid, and so, in his own way, is Mr. Trent. I am lucky, Aunt Janet, to have 2 such men to think of affairs for me. Am I not? I shall send you a wire as soon as ever I can see my way to get through my work, and I want you to think over all the things you have ever wished for in your life, so that I may, if there is any mortal way of doing so, get them for you. You will not stand in the way of my having this great pleasure, will you, dear? Goodbye. Your loving Rupert. E.B. Trent's Memoranda, January 6, 1907. The formal meeting of Sir Colin and myself with Rupert St. Ledger went off quite satisfactorily. From what he had said yesterday and again last night, I had almost come to expect an unreserved acceptance of everything stated or implied in Roger Melton's will. But when we had sat round the table, this appeared, by the way, to be a formality for which we were all prepared, for we sat down as if by instinct. The very first words he said were, "As I suppose I must go through this formality, I may as well say at once that I accept every possible condition which was in the mind of Uncle Roger, and to this end I am prepared to sign, seal, and deliver or whatever is the ritual, whatever document you, sir, turning to me, may think necessary or advisable, and of which you both approve." He stood up and walked about the room for a few moments, Sir Colin and I sitting quite still silent. He came back to his seat, and after a few seconds of nervousness, a rare thing with him, I fancy, said, "I hope you both understand, of course. I know you do. I only speak because this is an occasion for formality, that I am willing to accept, and at once. I do so, believe me, not to get possession of this vast fortune, but because of him who has given it. The man who was fond of me and who trusted me, and yet had strength to keep his own feelings in check, who followed me in spirit to far lands and desperate adventures, and who, though he might be across the world from me, was ready to put out a hand to save or help me, was no common man, and his care of my mother's son meant no common love for my dear mother. And so she and I together accept his trust, come of it what may. I have been thinking it over all night, and all the time I could not get out of the idea that mother was somewhere near me. The only thought that could debar me from doing as I wish to do, and intend to do, would be that she would not approve. Now that I am satisfied she would approve, I accept. Whatever may result or happen, I shall go on following the course that he has set for me. So help me God." Sir Colin stood up, and I must say a more martial figure I never saw. He was in full uniform, for he was going on to the king's levee after our business. He drew his sword from the scabbard and laid it naked on the table before Rupert and said, "You are going, sir, into a strange and danger country. I have been reading about it since we met, and you will be largely alone amongst fierce mountaineers who resent the very presence of a stranger, and to whom you are and must be one. If you should ever be in any trouble and want a man to stand back to back with you, I hope you will give me the honour." As he said this, pointed to his sword. Rupert and I were also standing now. One cannot sit down in the presence of such an act as that. "You are, I am proud to say, allied with my family, and I only wish to God it was closer to myself." Rupert took him by the hand and bent his head before him, as answered, "The honour is mine, Sir Colin, and no greater can come to any man than that which you have just done me. The best way I can show how I value it will be to call on you if I am ever in such a tight place. By Jove, sir, this is history repeating itself. Aunt Janet used to tell me when I was a youngster how MacKelpie of Croom laid his sword before Prince Charlie. I hope I may tell her of this. It would make her so proud and happy. Don't imagine, sir, that I am thinking myself a Charles Edward. It is only that Aunt Janet is so good to me that I might well think I was." Sir Colin bowed grandly. "Rupert St. Ledger, my dear niece is a woman of great discretion and discernment, and moreover I am thinking she has in her some of the gift of second sight that has been a heritage of our blood, and I am one with my niece in everything." The whole thing was quite regal in manner. It seemed to take me back to the days of the Pretender. It was not, however, a time for sentiment, but for action. We had met regarding the future, not the past, so I produced the short document I had already prepared. On the strength of his steadfast declaration that he would accept the terms of the will and the secret letters, I had got ready a formal acceptance. When I had once again formally asked Mr. St. Ledger's wishes, and he had declared his wish to accept, I got in a couple of my clerks as witnesses. Then, having again asked him in their presence if it was his wish to declare acceptance of the conditions, the document was signed and witnessed, Sir Colin and I both appending our signatures to the attestation. And so the first stage of Rupert St. Ledger's inheritance is completed. The next step will not have to be undertaken on my part until the expiration of 6 months from his entry on his estate at Vissarion. As he announces his intention of going within a fortnight, this will mean practically a little over 6 months from now. Book 2. Vissarion. Letter from Rupert St. Ledger, Castle of Vissarion, the Spear of Ivan, Land of the Blue Mountains. To Miss Janet McAlpy, Croom Castle, Rossshire, N.B. January 23, 1907. My dearest Aunt Janet, as you see, I am here at last. Having got my formal duty done, as you made me promise, my letters reporting arrival to Sir Colin and Mr. Trent are lying sealed in front of me, ready to post, for nothing shall go before yours. I am free to speak to you. This is a most lovely place, and I hope you will like it. I am quite sure you will. We passed it in the steamer coming from Trieste to Durazzo. I knew the locality from the chart, and it was pointed out to me by one of the officers with whom I had become quite friendly, and who kindly showed me interesting places whenever we got within sight of shore. The Spear of Ivan, on which the castle stands, is a headland running well out into the sea. It is quite a peculiar place, a sort of headland on a headland, jutting out into a deep white bay, so that, though it is a promontory, it is as far away from the traffic of coast life as anything you can conceive. The main promontory is the end of a range of mountains, and looms up vast, towering over everything, a mass of sapphire blue. I can well understand how the country came to be called the Land of the Blue Mountains, for it is all mountains, and they are all blue. The coastline is magnificent, what is called iron-bound, being all rocky, sometimes great frowning precipices, sometimes jutting spurs of rock, again little rocky islets, now and again clad with trees and verdure, at other places stark and bare. Everywhere are little rocky bays and indentations, always rock and often with long, interesting caves. Some of the shores of the bays are sandy, or else ridges of beautiful pebbles, where the waves make endless murmur. But of all the places I have seen, in this land or any other, the most absolutely beautiful is Vissarion. It stands at the ultimate point of the promontory. I mean the little or rather lesser promontory, that continues on the spur of the mountain range. For the lesser promontory or extension of the mountain is in reality vast. The lowest bit of cliff along the seafront is not less than a couple of 100 feet high. That point of the rock is really very peculiar. I think Dame Nature must, in the early days of her housekeeping, or rather house-building, have intended to give her little child, man, a rudimentary lesson in self-protection. It is just a natural bastion such as a titanic Vauban might have designed in primeval times. So far as the castle is concerned, it is alone visible from the sea. Any enemy approaching could see only that frowning wall of black rock of vast height and perpendicular steepness. Even the old fortifications which crown it are not built but cut in the solid rock. A long, narrow creek of very deep water, walled in by high, steep cliffs, runs in behind the castle, bending north and west, making safe and secret anchorage. Into the creek falls over a precipice a mountain stream which never fails in volume of water. On the western shore of that creek is the castle, a huge pile of buildings of every style of architecture, from the 12th century to where such things seem to stop in this dear old world land about the time of Queen Elizabeth. So it is pretty picturesque, I can tell you. When we got the first glimpse of the place from the steamer, the officer with whom I was on the bridge pointed towards it and said, "That is where we saw the dead woman floating in a coffin." That was rather interesting, so I asked him all about it. He took from his pocket-book a cutting from an Italian paper which he handed to me. As I can read and speak Italian fairly well, it was all right, but as you, my dear Aunt Janet, are not skilled in languages, and as I doubt if there is any assistance of the kind to be had at Croom, I do not send it. But as I have heard that the item has been produced in the last number of the Journal of Occultism, you will be easily able to get it. As he handed me the cutting, he said, "I am Destilia." His story was so strange that I asked him a good many questions about it. He answered me quite frankly on every point, but always adhering stoutly to the main point, namely, that it was no phantom or mirage, no dream or imperfect vision in a fog. We were 4 in all who saw it, he said, 3 from the bridge, and the Englishman, Caulfield, from the bows, whose account exactly agreed with what we saw. Captain Mirolani and Falamano and I were all awake and in good trim. We looked with our night glasses, which are more than usually powerful. You know, we need good glasses for the east shore of the Adriatic and for among the islands to the south. There was a full moon and a brilliant light. Of course, we were a little way off, for though the spear of Ivan is in deep water, one has to be careful of currents, for it is in just such places that the dangerous currents run. The agent of Lloyd's told me only a few weeks ago that it was only after a prolonged investigation of the tidal and sea currents that the House decided to accept from ordinary sea risks losses due to a too close course by the spear of Ivan. When I tried to get a little more definite account of the coffin boat and the dead lady that is given in the Journal of Occultism, he simply shrugged his shoulders. "Signor, it is all," he said. "That Englishman wrote everything after endless questioning." So you see, my dear, that our new home is not without superstitious interests of its own. It is a rather nice idea, is it not, to have a dead woman cruising round our promontory in a coffin? I doubt if even at Croom you can beat that. Makes the place kind of homey, as an American would say. When you come, Aunt Janet, you will not feel lonesome at any rate, and it will save us the trouble of importing some of your Highland ghosts to make you feel at home in the new land. I don't know, but we might ask the stiff to come to tea with us. Of course, it would be a late tea. Somewhere between midnight and cock-crow would be about the etiquette of the thing, I fancy. But I must tell you all the realities of the castle and around it. So I will write again within a day or two, and try to let you know enough to prepare you for coming here. Till then, adieu, my dear. Your loving Rupert. From Rupert St. Ledger, Vissarion, to Janet McKelpie, Croom. January 25, 1907. I hope I did not frighten you, dear Aunt Janet, by the yarn of the lady in the coffin, but I know you are not afraid. You have told me too many weird stories for me to dread that. Besides, you have second sight, latent at all events. However, there won't be any more ghosts or about ghosts in this letter. I want to tell you all about our new home. I am so glad you are coming out soon. I am beginning to feel so lonesome. I walk about sometimes aimlessly and find my thoughts drifting in such an odd way. If I didn't know better, I might begin to think I was in love. There is no one here to be in love with, so make your mind easy, Aunt Janet. Not that you would be unhappy, I know, dear, if I did fall in love. I suppose I must marry some day. It is a duty now, I know, when there is such an estate as Uncle Roger has left me. And I know this, I shall never marry any woman unless I love her. And I am right sure that if I do love her, you will love her too. Aunt Janet, won't you, dear? It wouldn't be half a delight if you didn't. It won't if you don't. There, now. But before I begin to describe Vissarion, I shall throw a sop to you as a chatelaine, that may give you patience to read the rest. The castle needs a lot of things to make it comfortable, as you would consider it. In fact, it is absolutely destitute of everything of a domestic nature. Uncle Roger had it vetted on the defence side, and so far as it could stand a siege, but it couldn't cook a dinner or go through a spring cleaning. As you know, I'm not much up in domestic matters, and so I cannot give you details, but you may take it that it wants everything. I don't mean furniture or silver, or even gold plate or works of art, for it is full of the most magnificent old things that you can imagine. I think Uncle Roger must have been a collector, and gathered a lot of good things in all sorts of places, stored them for years, and then sent them here. But as to glass, china, delft, all sorts of crockery, linen, household appliances and machinery, cooking utensils, except for the simplest, there are none. I don't think Uncle Roger could have lived here more than on a temporary picnic. So far as I only am concerned, I am all right. A gridiron and a saucepan are all I want, and I can use them myself. But, dear Aunt Janet, I don't want you to pig it. I would like you to have everything you can imagine, and all of the very best. Cost don't count now for us, thanks to Uncle Roger, and so I want you to order all. I know you, dear, being a woman, won't object to shopping, but it will have to be wholesale. This is an enormous place, and will swallow up all you can buy, like a quicksand. Do as you like about choosing, but get all the help you can. Don't be afraid of getting too much. You can't, or of being idle when you are here. I assure you that when you come, there will be so much to do and so many things to think of that you will want to get away from it all. And besides, Aunt Janet, I hope you won't be too long. Indeed, I don't wish to be selfish, but your boy is lonely and wants you. And when you get here, you will be an empress. I don't altogether like doing so, lest I should offend a millionairess like you, but it may facilitate matters, and the ways of commerce are strict, though devious. So I send you a cheque for £1,000 for the little things, and a letter to the bank to honour your own cheques for any amount I have got. I think, by the way, I should, if I were you, take or send out a few servants, not too many at first, only just enough to attend on our two selves. You can arrange to send for any more you may want later. Engage them, and arrange for their being paid. When they are in our service, we must treat them well, and then they can be at our call as you find that we want them. I think you should secure, say, 50 or 100. 'Tis an awful big place, Aunt Janet. And in the same way you will secure, and of course arrange for pay similarly, 100 men, exclusive of any servants you think it well to have. I should like the General, if he can give the time, to choose or pass them. I want clansmen that I can depend on, if need be. We are going to live in a country which is at present strange to us, and it is well to look things in the face. I know Sir Colin will only have men who are a credit to Scotland and to Ross and to Croom, men who will impress the Blue Mountaineers. I know they will take them to their hearts. Certainly, if any of them are bachelors, the girls will. Forgive me. But if we are to settle here, our followers will probably want to settle also. Moreover, the Blue Mountaineers may want followers also, and will want them to settle too, and have successors. Now, for the description of the place. Well, I simply can't just now. It is all so wonderful and so beautiful. The castle, I have written so much already about other things that I really must keep the castle for another letter. Love to Sir Colin, if he is at Croom. And, oh, dear Aunt Janet, how I wish that my dear mother was coming out. It all seems so dark and empty without her. How she would have enjoyed it. How proud she would have been. And, my dear, if she could be with us again, how grateful she would have been to you for all you have done for her boy. As I am, believe me, most truly and sincerely and affectionately grateful. Your loving Rupert. Rupert St. Ledger, Vissarion, to Janet McKelpie, Croom. January 26, 1907. My dear Aunt Janet, please read this as if it was a part of the letter I wrote yesterday. The castle itself is so vast that I really can't describe it in detail. So I am waiting till you come, and then you and I will go over it together and learn all that we can about it. We shall take Rook with us, and, as he is supposed to know every part of it, from the keep to the torture chamber, we can spend a few days over it. Of course, I have been over most of it since I came. That is, I went at various times to see different portions, the battlements, the bastions, the old guard-room, the hall, the chapel, the walls, the roof. and I have been through some of the network of rock passages. Uncle Roger must have spent a mint of money on it, so far as I can see, and though I am not a soldier, I have been in so many places fortified in different ways that I am not entirely ignorant of the subject. He has restored it in such an up-to-date way that it is practically impregnable to anything under big guns or a siege train. He has gone so far as to have certain outworks and the keep covered with armoured plating of what looks like Harveyized steel. You will wonder when you see it. But as yet I really know only a few rooms, and am familiar with only one, my own room. The drawing-room, not the great hall, which is a vast place. The library, a magnificent one, but in sad disorder. We must get a librarian some day to put it in trim, and the drawing-room and boudoir and bedroom suite, which I have selected for you, are all fine. But my own room is what suits me best, though I do not think you would care for it yourself. If you do, you shall have it. It was Uncle Roger's own room when he stayed here. Living in it for a few days served to give me more insight to his character, or rather to his mind, than I could have otherwise had. It is just the kind of place I like myself, so naturally I understand the other chap who liked it too. It is a fine, big room, not quite within the castle, but an outlying part of it. It is not detached or anything of that sort, but is a sort of garden room built onto it. There seems to have been always some sort of place where it is, for the passages and openings inside seem to accept or recognize it. It can be shut off if necessary. It would be in case of attack, by a great slab of steel just like the door of a safe, which slides from inside the wall, and can be operated from either inside or outside, if you know how. That is from my room or from within the keep. The mechanism is a secret, and no one but Rook and I know it. The room opens out through a great French window. The French window is modern, I take it, and was arranged by or for Uncle Roger. I think there must have been always a large opening there for centuries at least, which opens on a wide terrace or balcony of white marble, extending right and left. From this, a white marble stair lies straight in front of the window and leads down to the garden. The balcony and staircase are quite ancient, of old Italian work, beautifully carved and, of course, weather-worn through centuries. There is just that little tinging of green here and there which makes all outdoor marble so charming. It is hard to believe at times that it is a part of a fortified castle. It is so elegant and free and open. The first glance of it would make a burglar's heart glad. He would say to himself, "Here is the sort of crib I like when I'm on the job. You can just walk in and out as you choose." But Aunt Janet, old Roger was cuter than any burglar. He had the place so guarded that the burglar would have been a baffled burglar. There are 2 steel shields which can slide out from the wall and lock into the other side right across the whole big window. One is a grill of steel bands that open out into diamond-shaped lozenges. Nothing bigger than a kitten could get through, and yet you can see the garden and the mountains and the whole view much the same as you ladies can see through your veils. The other is a great sheet of steel which slides out in a similar way in different grooves. It is not, of course, so heavy and strong as the safe door which covers the little opening in the main wall, but Rook tells me it is proof against the heaviest rifle-hull. Having told you this, I must tell you too, Aunt Janet, lest you should be anxious by the arrière-pensée of all these warlike measures of defence, that I always sleep at night with one of these iron screens across the window. Of course, when I am awake I leave it open. As yet I have tried only but not used the grill, and I don't think I shall ever use anything else, for it is a perfect guard. If it should be tampered with from outside, it would sound an alarm at the head of the bed, and the pressing of a button would roll out the solid steel screen in front of it. As a matter of fact, I have been so used to the open that I don't feel comfortable shut in. I only close windows against cold or rain. The weather here is delightful, as yet, at all events, but they tell me that the rainy season will be on us before very long. I think you will like my den, Auntie dear, though it will doubtless be a worry to you to see it so untidy. But that can't be helped. I must be untidy somewhere, and it is best in my own den. Again, I find my letter so long that I must cut it off now and go on again tonight. So this must go as it stands. I shall not cause you to wait to hear all I can tell you about our new home. Your loving Rupert. From Rupert St. Ledger, Vissarion, to Janet McKelpie, Croom. January 29, 1907. My dear Aunt Janet, my den looks out, as I told you in my last letter, on the garden, or, to speak more accurately, on one of the gardens, for there are acres of them. This is the old one, which must be almost as old as the castle itself, for it was within the defences in the old days of Bowes. The wall that surrounds the inner portion of it has long ago been levelled, but sufficient remains at either end where it joined the outer defences to show the long casemates for the bowmen to shoot through and the raised stone gallery where they stood. It is just the same kind of building as the stonework of the sentry's walk on the roof and of the great old guard-room under it. But whatever the garden may have been, and no matter how it was guarded, it is a most lovely place. There are whole sections of garden here of various styles: Greek, Italian, French, German, Dutch, British, Spanish, African, Moorish, all the older nationalities. I am going to have a new one laid out for you, a Japanese garden. I have sent to the great gardener of Japan, Minado, to make the plans for it, and to come over with workmen to carry it out. He is to bring trees and shrubs and flowers and stonework, and everything that can be required, and you shall superintend the finishing, if not the doing, of it yourself. We have had such a fine head of water here, and the climate is, they tell me, usually so lovely that we can do anything in the gardening way. If it should ever turn out that the climate does not suit, we shall put a great high glass roof over it, and make a suitable climate. This garden in front of my room is the old Italian garden. It must have been done with extraordinary taste and care, for there is not a bit of it which is not rarely beautiful. Sir Thomas Browne himself, for all his King Kongs, would have been delighted with it and have found material for another Garden of Cyrus. It is so big that there are endless episodes of garden beauty. I think all Italy must have been ransacked in old times for garden stonework of exceptional beauty, and these treasures have been put together by some master hand. Even the formal borders of the walks are of old porous stone, which takes the weather staining so beautifully, and are carved in endless variety. Now that the gardens have been so long neglected or left in abeyance, the green staining has become perfect. Though the stonework is itself intact, it has all the picturesque effect of the wear and ruin wrought by many centuries. I am having it kept for you just as it is, except that I have had the weeds and undergrowth cleared away so that its beauties might be visible. But it is not merely the architect work of the garden that is so beautiful, nor is the assembling there of the manifold wealth of floral beauty. There is the beauty that nature creates by the hand of her servant, Time. You see, Aunt Janet, how the beautiful garden inspires a danger-hardened old tramp like me to high-grade sentiments of poetic fancy. Not only have limestone and sandstone, and even marble, grown green in time, but even the shrubs planted and then neglected have developed new kinds of beauty of their own. In some far distant time, some master gardener of the Vissarions has tried to realize an idea, that of tiny plants that would grow just a little higher than the flowers, so that the effect of an uneven floral surface would be achieved without any hiding of anything in the garden seen from anywhere. This is only my reading of what has been from the effect of what is. In the long period of neglect, the shrubs have outlived the flowers. Nature has been doing her own work all the time in enforcing the survival of the fittest. The shrubs have grown and grown, and have overtopped flower and weed, according to their inherent varieties of stature, to the effect that now you see irregularly scattered through the garden quite a number, for it is a big place, of vegetable products, which, from a landscape standpoint, have something of the general effect of statues, without the cramping feeling of detail. Whoever it was that laid out that part of the garden, or made the choice of items, must have taken pains to get strange specimens, for all those taller shrubs are in special colours, mostly yellow or white cypress, white holly, yellow yew, grey golden box, silver juniper, variegated maple, spirea, and numbers of dwarf shrubs whose names I don't know. I only know that when the moon shines, and this, my dear Aunt Janet, is the very land of moonlight itself, they all look ghastly pale. The effect is weird to the last degree, and I am sure that you will enjoy it. For myself, as you know, uncanny things hold no fear. I suppose it is that I have been up against so many different kinds of fears, or rather of things which for most people have terrors of their own, that I have come to have a contempt, not an active contempt, but a tolerative contempt, for the whole family of them. And you, too, will enjoy yourself here famously, I know. You'll have to collect all the stories of such matters in our new world and make a new book of facts for the Psychical Research Society. It will be nice to see your own name on a title page, won't it, Aunt Janet? From Rupert St. Ledger, Vissarion, to Janet McKelpie, Croom, January 30, 1907. My dear Aunt Janet, I stopped writing last night. You know why? Because I wanted to write more. This sounds a paradox, but it is true. The fact is that, as I go on telling you of this delightful place, I keep finding out new beauties myself. Broadly speaking, it is all beautiful. In the long view or the little view, as the telescope or the microscope directs, it is all the same. Your eye can turn on nothing that does not entrance you. I was yesterday roaming about the upper part of Time Castle and came across some delightful nooks, which at once I became fond of, and already liked them as if I had known them all my life. I felt at first a sense of greediness when I had appropriated to myself several rooms in different places, I, who have never in my life had more than one room which I could call my own, and that only for a time. But when I slept on it, the feeling changed, and its aspect is now not half bad. It is now under another classification, under a much more important label, proprietorship. If I were writing philosophy, I should here put in a cynical remark. Selfishness is an appanage of poverty. It might appear in the stud book as by morals out of wants. I have now 3 bedrooms arranged as my own particular dens. One of the other 2 was also a choice of Uncle Roger's. It is at the top of one of the towers to the extreme east, and from it I can catch the first ray of light over the mountains. I slept in it last night, and when I awoke, as in my travelling I was accustomed to do, at dawn, I saw from my bed through an open window, a small window, for it is in a fortress tower, the whole great expanse to the east. Not far off, and springing from the summit of a great ruin, where long ago a seed had fallen, rose a great silver birch, and the half-transparent, drooping branches and hanging clusters of leaf broke the outline of the grey hills beyond, for the hills were, for a wonder, grey instead of blue. There was a mackerel sky, and the clouds dropping on the mountain tops till you could hardly say which was which. It was a mackerel sky of a very bold and extraordinary kind, not a dish of mackerel, but a world of mackerel. The mountains are certainly most lovely. In this clear air they usually seem close at hand. It was only this morning, with the faint glimpse of the dawn, whilst the night clouds were still unpierced by the sunlight, that I seemed to realize their greatness. I have seen the same enlightening effect of aerial perspective a few times before, in Colorado, in Upper India, in Tibet, and in the uplands amongst the Andes. There is certainly something in looking at things from above which tends to raise one's own self-esteem. From the height, inequalities simply disappear. This I have often felt on a big scale when ballooning, or, better still, from an aeroplane. Even here, from the tower, the outlook is somewhat quite different from below. One realizes the place and all around it, not in detail, but as a whole. I shall certainly sleep up here occasionally, when you have come and we have settled down to our life as it is to be. I shall live in my own room downstairs, where I can have the intimacy of the garden. But I shall appreciate it all the more from now and again losing the sense of intimacy for a while, and surveying it without the sense of one's own self-importance. I hope you have started on that matter of the servants. For myself, I don't care a button whether or not there are any servants at all, but I know well that you won't come till you have made your arrangements regarding them. Another thing, Aunt Janet, you must not be killed with work here, and it is all so vast. Why can't you get some sort of secretary who will write your letters and do all that sort of thing for you? I know you won't have a man secretary, but there are lots of women now who can write shorthand and typewrite. You could doubtless get one in the clan, someone with a desire to better herself. I know you would make her happy here. If she is not too young, all the better. She will have learned to hold her tongue and mind her own business, and not be too inquisitive. That would be a nuisance when we are finding our way about in a new country and trying to reconcile all sorts of opposites in a whole new country with new people, whom at first we shan't understand, and who certainly won't understand us, where every man carries a gun with as little thought of it as he has of buttons. Goodbye for a while. Your loving Rupert. From Rupert St. Ledger, Vissarion, to Janet McKelpie, Croom. February 3, 1907. I'm back in my room again. Already it seems to me that to get here again is like coming home. I have been going about it for the last few days amongst the mountaineers and trying to make their acquaintance. It is a tough job, and I can see that there will be nothing but to stick to it. They are in reality the most primitive people I ever met, the most fixed to their own ideas, which belong to centuries back. I can understand now what people were like in England, not in Queen Elizabeth's time, for that was civilized time, but in the time of Coeur de Lion, or even earlier, and all the time with the most absolute mastery of weapons of precision. Every man carries a rifle, and knows how to use it too. I do believe they would rather go without their clothes than their guns if they had to choose between them. They also carry a hanja, which used to be their national weapon. It is a sort of heavy, straight cutlass, and they are so expert with it, as well as so strong, that it is as facile in the hands of a blue mountaineer as is a foil in the hands of a Persian maître d'armes. They are so proud and reserved that they make one feel quite small and an outsider as well. I can see quite well that they rather resent my being here at all. It is not personal, for when alone with me they are genial, almost brotherly. But the moment a few of them get together, they are like a sort of jury, with me as the criminal before them. It is an odd situation, and quite new to me. I am pretty well accustomed to all sorts of people, from cannibals to Mahatmas, but I'm blessed if I ever struck such a type as this. So proud, so haughty, so reserved, so distant, so absolutely fearless, so honourable, so hospitable. Uncle Roger's head was level when he chose them out as a people to live amongst. Do you know, Aunt Janet, I can't help feeling that they are very much like our own Highlanders, only more so. I'm sure of one thing, that in the end we shall get on capitally together. But it will be a slow job, and will need a lot of patience. I have a feeling in my bones that when they know me better, they will be very loyal and very true, and I'm not a hair's breadth afraid of them or anything they shall do or might do. That is, of course, if I live long enough for them to have time to know me. Anything may happen with such an indomitable, proud people to whom pride is more than victuals. After all, it only needs one man out of a crowd to have a wrong idea or to make a mistake as to one's motive, and there you are. But it will be all right that way, I'm sure. I am come here to stay, as Uncle Roger wished. And stay I shall, even if it has to be in a little bed of my own beyond the garden, 7 feet odd long and not too narrow, or else a stone box of equal proportions in the vaults of St. Sava's Church across the creek, the old burial place of the Vissarions and other noble people for a good many centuries back. I have been reading over this letter, dear Aunt Janet, and I'm afraid the record is rather an alarming one. But don't you go building up superstitious horrors or fears on it. Honestly, I am only joking about death, a thing to which I have been rather prone for a good many years back. Not in very good taste, I suppose, but certainly very useful, when the old man with the black wings goes flying about you day and night in strange places, sometimes visible and at others invisible. But you can always hear wings, especially in the dark, when you cannot see them. You know that, Aunt Janet, who come of a race of warriors, and who have special sight behind or through the black curtain. Honestly, I am in no whit afraid of the Blue Mountaineers, nor have I a doubt of them. I love them already for their splendid qualities, and I am prepared to love them for themselves. I feel, too, that they will love me, and incidentally they are sure to love you. I have a sort of undercurrent of thought that there is something in their minds concerning me, something not painful but disturbing, something that has a base in the past, something that has a hope in it and possible pride and not a little respect. As yet they can have had no opportunity of forming such impression from seeing me or from anything I have done. Of course, it may be that, although they are fine, tall, stalwart men, I am still a head and shoulders over the tallest of them that I have yet seen. I catch their eyes looking up at me as though they were measuring me, even when they are keeping away from me, or rather, keeping me from them at arm's length. I suppose I shall understand what it all means some day. In the meantime, there is nothing to do but to go on my own way, which is Uncle Roger's, and wait and be patient and just. I have learned the value of that, anyway, in my life amongst strange peoples. Good night. Your loving Rupert. From Rupert St. Ledger, Vissarion, to Janet McKelpie, Croom. February 24, 1907. My dear Aunt Janet, I am more than rejoiced to hear that you are coming here so soon. This isolation is, I think, getting on my nerves. I thought for a while last night that I was getting on, but the reaction came all too soon. I was in my room in the east turret, the room on the corbeille, and saw here and there men passing silently and swiftly between the trees as though in secret. By and by I located their meeting place, which was in a hollow in the midst of the wood just outside the natural garden, as the map or plan of the castle calls it. I stalked that place for all I was worth, and suddenly walked straight into the midst of them. There were perhaps 200 or 300 gathered, about the very finest lot of men I ever saw in my life. It was, in its way, quite an experience, and one not likely to be repeated, for, as I told you, in this country every man carries a rifle and knows how to use it. I do not think I have seen a single man, or married man either, without his rifle since I came here. I wonder if they take them with them to bed. Well, the instant after I stood amongst them, every rifle in the place was aimed straight at me. Don't be alarmed, Aunt Janet. They did not fire at me. If they had, I should not be writing to you now. I should be in that little bit of real estate or the stone box and about as full of lead as I could hold. Ordinarily, I take it, they would have fired on the instant. That is the etiquette here. But this time they, all separately but all together, made a new rule. No one said a word or, so far as I could see, made a movement. Here came in my own experience. I had been more than once in a tight place of something of the same kind, so I simply behaved in the most natural way I could. I felt conscious, it was all in a flash, remember, that if I showed fear or cause for fear, or even acknowledged danger by so much as even holding up my hands, I should have drawn all the fire. They all remained stock still, as though they had been turned into stone, for several seconds. Then a queer kind of look flashed round them like wind over corn, something like the surprise one shows unconsciously on waking in a strange place. A second after, they each dropped the rifle to the hollow of his arm and stood ready for anything. It was all as regular and quick and simultaneous as a salute at St. James's Palace. Happily, I had no arms of any kind with me, so that there could be no complication. I am rather a quick hand myself when there is any shooting to be done. However, there was no trouble here, but the contrary. The Blue Mountaineers, it sounds like a sort of Bond Street band, doesn't it, treated me in quite a different way than they did when I first met them. They were amazingly civil, almost deferential. But, all time same, they were more distant than ever, and all the time I was there I could get not a whit closer to them. They seemed in a sort of way to be afraid or in awe of me. No doubt that will soon pass away, and when we know one another better we shall become close friends. They are two fine fellows not to be worth a little waiting for. That sentence, by the way, is a pretty bad sentence. In old days you would have slippered me for it. Your journey is all arranged, and I hope you will be comfortable. Rook will meet you at Liverpool Street and look after everything. I shan't write again, but when we meet at Fiume, I shall begin to tell you all the rest. Till then, goodbye. A good journey to you, and a happy meeting to us both. Rupert. Letter from Janet McKelpie, Vissarion, to Sir Colin McKelpie, United Service Club, London. February 28, 1907. Dearest Uncle, I had a very comfortable journey all across Europe. Rupert wrote to me some time ago to say that when I got to Vissarion I should be an empress, and he certainly took care that on the way here I should be treated like one. Rook, who seems a wonderful old man, was in the next compartment to that reserved for me. At Harwich he had everything arranged perfectly, and so right on to Fiume. Everywhere there were attentive officials waiting. I had a carriage all to myself, which I joined at Antwerp, a whole carriage with a suite of rooms, dining-room, drawing-room, bedroom, even bathroom. There was a cook with a kitchen of his own on board, a real chef like a French nobleman in disguise. There were also a waiter and a servant-maid. My own maid Maggie was quite awed at first. We were as far as Cologne before she summoned up courage to order them about. Whenever we stopped, Rook was on the platform with local officials and kept the door of my carriage like a sentry on duty. At Fiume, when the train slowed, I saw Rupert waiting on the platform. He looked magnificent, towering over everybody there like a giant. He is in perfect health and seemed glad to see me. He took me off at once on an automobile to a quay where an electric launch was waiting. This took us on board a beautiful big steam yacht, which was waiting with full steam up, and how he got there I don't know, Rook waiting at the gangway. I had another suite all to myself. Rupert and I had dined together, I think the finest dinner I ever sat down to. This was very nice of Rupert, for it was all for me. He himself only ate a piece of steak and drank a glass of water. I went to bed early, for, despite the luxury of the journey, I was very tired. I awoke in the grey of the morning and came on deck. We were close to the coast. Rupert was on the bridge with the captain, and Rook was acting as pilot. When Rupert saw me, he ran down the ladder and took me up on the bridge. He left me there while he ran down again and brought me up a lovely fur cloak, which I had never seen. He put it on me and kissed me. He is the tenderest-hearted boy in the world, as well as the best and bravest. He made me take his arm whilst he pointed out Vissarion, towards which we were steering. It is the most lovely place I ever saw. I won't stop to describe it now, for it will be better that you see it for yourself and enjoy it all fresh as I did. The castle is an immense place. You had better ship off as soon as all is ready here, and you can arrange it. The servants whom I engaged, and I am not sure that we shall not want as many more. There has hardly been a mop or broom on the place for centuries, and I doubt if it ever had a thorough good cleaning all over it since it was built. And do you know, uncle, that it might be well to double that little army of yours that you are arranging for Rupert? Indeed, the boy told me himself that he was going to write to you about it. I think old Lachlan and his wife, Sandy's Mary, had better be in charge of the maids when they come over. A lot of lassies like yon will be iller to keep together than a flock of sheep. So it will be wise to have authority over them, especially as none of them speaks a word of foreign tongues. Rook, you saw him at the station at Liverpool Street, will, if he be available, go over to bring the whole body here. He has offered to do it if I should wish. And by the way, I think it will be well, when the time comes for their departure, if not only the lassies, but Lachlan and Sandy's Mary too, will call him Mr. Rook. He is a very important person indeed here. He is, in fact, a sort of master of the castle, and though he is very self-suppressing, is a man of rarely fine qualities. Also, it will be well to keep authority. When your clansmen come over, he will have charge of them too. Dear me, I find I have written such a long letter, I must stop and get to work. I shall write again, your very affectionate Janet. From the same to the same. March 3, 1907. Dearest Uncle, all goes well here, and as there is no news, I only write because you are a dear, and I want to thank you for all the trouble you have taken for me and Rupert. I think we had better wait a while before bringing out the servants. Rook is away on some business for Rupert, and will not be back for some time. Rupert thinks it may be a couple of months. There is no one else here that he could send to take charge of the party from home, and I don't like the idea of all those lassies coming out without an escort. Even Lachlan and Sandy's Mary are ignorant of foreign languages and foreign ways. But as soon as Rook returns, we can have them all out. I dare say you will have some of your clansmen ready by then, and I think the poor girls, who may feel a bit strange in a new country like this, where the ways are so different from ours, will feel easier when they know that there are some of their own mankind near them. Perhaps it might be well that those of them who are engaged to each other, I know there are some, should marry before they come out here. It will be more convenient in many ways and will save lodgment, and, besides, these blue mountaineers are very handsome men. Good night, Janet. Sir Colin McKelpie, Croom, to Janet McKelpie, Vissarion. March 9, 1907. My dear Janet, I have duly received both your letters, and am delighted to find you are so well placed with your new home. It must certainly be a very lovely and unique place, and I am myself longing to see it. I came up here 3 days ago, and am, as usual, feeling all the better for a breath of my native air. Time goes on, my dear, and I am beginning to feel not so young as I was. Tell Rupert that the men are all fit and longing to get out to him. They are certainly a fine lot of men. I don't think I ever saw a finer. I have had them drilled and trained as soldiers, and, in addition, have had them taught a lot of trades just as they selected themselves. So he shall have nigh him men who can turn their hands to anything. Not, of course, that they will know every trade, but amongst them there is someone who can do whatever may be required. There are blacksmiths, carpenters, farriers, saddle-makers, gardeners, plumbers, cutlers, gunsmiths, so as they are all farmers by origin and sportsmen by practice, they will make a rare household body of men. They are nearly all first-class shots, and I am having them practice with revolvers. They are being taught fencing and broadsword and jiu-jitsu. I have organized them in military form with their own sergeants and corporals. This morning I had an inspection, and I assure you, my dear, that they could give points to the household troop in matters of drill. I tell you I'm proud of my clansmen. I think you are quite wise about waiting to bring out the lassies, and wiser still about the marrying. I dare say there will be more marrying when they all get settled in a foreign country. I shall be glad of it, for as Rupert is going to settle there, it will be good for him to have round him a little colony of his own people. And it will be good for them, too, for I know he will be good to them as you will, my dear. The hills are barren here, and life is hard, and each year there is more and more demand for crofts, and sooner or later our people must thin out. And mayhap our little settlement of McKelpie clan, away beyond the frontiers of the Empire, may be some service to the nation and the king. But this is a dream. I see that here I am beginning to realize in myself one part of Isaiah's prophecy. Your young men shall see visions, and your old men shall dream dreams. By the way, my dear, talking about dreams, I am sending you out some boxes of books which were in your rooms. They are nearly all on odd subjects that we understand. Second sight, ghosts, dreams, that was what brought the matter to my mind just now. Superstitions, vampires, werewolves, and all such uncanny folk and things. I looked over some of these books and found your marks and underlining and comments, so I fancy you will miss them in your new home. You will, I am sure, feel more at ease with such old friends close to you. I have taken the names and sent the list to London, so that when you pay me a visit again, you will be at home in all ways. If you come to me altogether, you will be more welcome still, if possible. But I am sure that Rupert, who I know loves you very much, will try to make you so happy that you will not want to leave him. So I will have to come out often to see you both, even at the cost of leaving Croom for so long. Strange, is it not, that now when, through Roger Melton's more than kind remembrance of me, I am able to go where I will and do what I will, I want more and more to remain at home by my own ingle. I don't think that anyone but you or Rupert could get me away from it. I am working very hard at my little regiment, as I call it. They are simply fine and will, I am sure, do us credit. The uniforms are all made, and well made, too. There is not a man of them that does not look like an officer. I tell you, Janet, that when we turn out the Vissarion Guard, we shall feel proud of them. I dare say that a couple of months will do, that all can be done here. I shall come out with them myself. Rupert writes to me that he thinks it will be more comfortable to come out direct in a ship of our own. So when I go up to London in a few weeks' time, I shall see about chartering a suitable vessel. It will certainly save a lot of trouble to us and anxiety to our people. Would it not be well when I am getting the ship if I charter one big enough to take out all your lassies too? It is not as if they were strangers. After all, my dear, soldiers are soldiers and lassies are lassies. But these are all kinsfolk as well as clansmen and clanswomen, and I, their chief, shall be there. Let me know your views and wishes in this respect. Mr. Trent, whom I saw before leaving London, asked me to convey to you his most respectful remembrances. These were his very words, and here they are. Trent is a nice fellow, and I like him. He has promised to pay me a visit before the month is up, and I look forward to our both enjoying ourselves. Goodbye, my dear, and the Lord watch over you and our dear boy. Your affectionate Uncle Colin, Alexander McKelpie. Book 3. The Coming of the Lady. Rupert St. Ledger's Journal. April 3, 1907. I have waited till now, well into midday, before beginning to set down the details of the strange episode of last night. I have spoken with persons whom I know to be of normal type. I have breakfasted, as usual, heartily, and have every reason to consider myself in perfect health and sanity, so that the record following may be regarded as not only true in substance, but exact as to details. I have investigated and reported on too many cases for the Psychical Research Society to be ignorant of the necessity for absolute accuracy in such matters of even the minutest detail. Yesterday was Tuesday, the 2nd day of April 1907. I passed a day of interest with its fair amount of work of varying kinds. Aunt Janet and I lunched together, had a stroll round the gardens after tea, especially examining the site for the new Japanese garden which we shall call Janet's Garden. We went in mackintoshes, for the rainy season is in its full, the only sign of its not being a repetition of the deluge being that breaks in the continuance are beginning. They are short at present, but will doubtless enlarge themselves as the season comes towards an end. We dined together at 7. After dinner I had a cigar, and then joined Aunt Janet for an hour in her drawing-room. I left her at 10:30, when I went to my own room and wrote some letters. At 10 minutes past 11, I wound my watch, so I know the time accurately. Having prepared for bed, I drew back the heavy curtain in front of my window, which opens on the marble steps into the Italian garden. I had put out my light before drawing back the curtain, for I wanted to have a look at the scene before turning in. Aunt Janet always had an old-fashioned idea of the need, or propriety, I hardly know which, of keeping windows closed and curtains drawn. I am gradually getting her to leave my room alone in this respect, but at present the change is in its fitful stage, and of course I must not hurry matters or be too persistent, as it would hurt her feelings. This night was one of those under the old regime. It was a delight to look out, for the scene was perfect of its own kind. The long spell of rain, the ceaseless downpour which had for the time flooded everywhere, had passed, and water in abnormal places rather trickled than ran. We were now beginning to be in the sloppy rather than the deluge stage. There was plenty of light to see by, for the moon had begun to show out fitfully through the masses of flying clouds. The uncertain light made weird shadows, with the shrubs and statues in the garden. The long, straight walk which leads from the marble steps is strewn with fine sand white from the quartz strand in the nook to the south of the castle. Tall shrubs of white holly, yew, juniper, cypress, and variegated maple and spirea, which stood at intervals along the walk and its branches, appeared ghost-like in the fitful moonlight. The many vases and statues and urns, always like phantoms in a half-light, were more than ever weird. Last night the moonlight was unusually effective, and showed not only the gardens down to the defending wall, but the deep gloom of the great forest trees beyond, and beyond that again to where the mountain chain began, the forest running up their silvered slopes, flame-like in form, deviated here and there by great crags and the outcropping rocky sinews of the vast mountains. Whilst I was looking at this lovely prospect, I thought I saw something white flit like a modified white flash at odd moments from one to another of the shrubs or statues, anything which would afford cover from observation. At first I was not sure whether I really saw anything or did not. This was in itself a little disturbing to me, for I have been so long trained to minute observation of facts surrounding me, on which often depend not only my own life, but the lives of others, that I have become accustomed to trust my eyes, and anything creating the faintest doubt in this respect is a cause of more or less anxiety to me. Now, however, that my attention was called to myself, I looked more keenly, and in a very short time was satisfied that something was moving, something clad in white. It was natural enough that my thoughts should tend towards something uncanny. The belief that this place is haunted conveyed in 1,000 ways of speech and inference. Aunt Janet's eerie beliefs, fortified by her books on occult subjects, and of late, in our isolation from the rest of the world, the subject of daily conversations, helped to this end. No wonder, then, that fully awake, with senses all on edge, I waited for some further manifestation from this ghostly visitor, as in my mind I took it to be. It must surely be a ghost or spiritual manifestation of some kind which moved in this silent way. In order to see and hear better, I softly moved back the folding grille, opened the French window, and stepped out, barefooted and pyjama-clad as I was, on the marble terrace. How cold the wet marble was! How heavy smelled the rain-laden garden! It was as though the night and the damp and even the moonlight were drawing the aroma from all the flowers that blossomed. The whole night seemed to exhale heavy, half-intoxicating odours. I stood at the head of the marble steps, and all immediately before me was ghostly in the extreme. The white marble terrace and steps, the white walks of quartz sand glistening under the fitful moonlight, the shrubs of white or pale green or yellow, all looking dim and ghostly in the glamorous light, the white statues and vases. And amongst them, still flitting noiselessly, that mysterious, elusive figure which I could not say was based on fact or imagination. I held my breath, listening intently for every sound, but sound there was none, save those of the night and its denizens. Owls hooted in the forest. Bats, taking advantage of the cessation of the rain, flitted about silently, like shadows in the air. But there was no more sign of moving ghost or phantom, or whatever I had seen might have been, if indeed there had been anything except imagination. So, after waiting a while, I returned to my room, closed the window, drew the grille across again, and dragged the heavy curtain before the opening. Then, having extinguished my candles, went to bed in the dark. In a few minutes I must have been asleep. What was that? I almost heard the words of my own thought as I sat up in bed wide awake. To memory rather than present hearing, the disturbing sound had seemed like the faint tapping at the window. For some seconds I listened, mechanically but intently, with bated breath, and that quick beating of the heart which in a timorous person speaks for fear and for expectation in another. In the stillness the sound came again, this time a very, very faint but unmistakable tapping at the glass door. I jumped up, drew back the curtain, and for a moment stood appalled. There, outside on the balcony, in the now brilliant moonlight, stood a woman, wrapped in white grave clothes saturated with water, which dripped on the marble floor, making a pool which trickled slowly down the wet steps. Attitude and dress and circumstance all conveyed the idea that, though she moved and spoke, she was not quick, but dead. She was young and very beautiful, but pale, like the grey pallor of death. Through the still white of her face, which made her look as cold as the wet marble she stood on, her dark eyes seemed to gleam with a strange but enticing lustre. Even in the unsearching moonlight, which is after all rather deceptive than illuminative, I could not but notice one rare quality of her eyes. Each had some quality of refraction, which made it look as though it contained a star. At every movement she made, the stars exhibited new beauties of more rare and radiant force. She looked at me imploringly as the heavy curtain rolled back, and in eloquent gestures implored me to admit her. Instinctively I obeyed. I rolled back the steel grille and threw open the French window. I noticed that she shivered and trembled as the glass door fell open. Indeed, she seemed so overcome with cold as to seem almost unable to move. In the sense of her helplessness, all idea of the strangeness of the situation entirely disappeared. It was not as if my first idea of death taken from her sediments was negatived. It was simply that I did not think of it at all. I was content to accept things as they were. She was a woman, and in some dreadful trouble. That was enough. I am thus particular about my own emotions, as I may have to refer to them again in the matters of comprehension or comparison. The whole thing is so vastly strange and abnormal that the least thing may afterwards give some guiding light or clue to something otherwise not understandable. I have always found that in recondite matters first impressions are of more real value than later conclusions. We humans place far too little reliance on instinct as against reason, and yet instinct is the great gift of nature to all animals for their protection and the fulfillment of their functions generally. When I stepped out on the balcony, not thinking of my costume, I found that the woman was benumbed and hardly able to move. Even when I asked her to enter, and supplemented my words with gestures in case she should not understand my language, she stood stock still, only rocking slightly to and fro, as though she had just strength enough left to balance herself on her feet. I was afraid, from the condition in which she was, that she might drop down dead at any moment, so I took her by the hand to lead her in, but she seemed too weak to even make the attempt. When I pulled her slightly forward, thinking to help her, she tottered, and would have fallen had I not caught her in my arms. Then, half lifting her, I moved her forwards. Her feet, relieved of her weight, now seemed able to make the necessary effort, and so, I almost carrying her, we moved into the room. She was at the very end of her strength. I had to lift her over the sill. In obedience to her motion, I closed the French window and bolted it. I suppose the warmth of the room, though cool, it was warmer than the damp air without, affected her quickly, for on the instant she seemed to begin to recover herself. In a few seconds, as though she had reacquired her strength, she herself pulled the heavy curtain across the window. This left us in darkness, through which I heard her say in English, "Light. Get a light." I found matches and at once lit a candle. As the wick flared, she moved over to the door of the room and tried if the lock and bolt were fastened. Satisfied as to this, she moved towards me, her wet shroud leaving a trail of moisture on the green carpet. By this time the wax of the candle had melted sufficiently to let me see her clearly. She was shaking and quivering as though in ague. She drew the wet shroud around her piteously. Instinctively I spoke. "Can I do anything for you?" She answered, still in English, and in a voice of thrilling, almost piercing sweetness, which seemed somehow to go straight to my heart and affected me strangely, "Give me warmth." I hurried to the fireplace. It was empty. There was no fire laid. I turned to her and said, "Wait just a few minutes here. I shall call someone and get help, and fire." Her voice seemed to ring with intensity as she answered without a pause, "No, no. Rather would I be—" Here she hesitated for an instant, but as she caught sight of her cerements, went on hurriedly, "As I am. I trust you, not others, and you must not betray my trust." Almost instantly she fell into a frightful fit of shivering, drawing again her death clothes close to her, so piteously that it wrung my heart. I suppose I am a practical man. At any rate, I am accustomed to action. I took from its place beside my bed a thick Jaeger dressing-gown of dark brown. It was, of course, of extra length, and held it out to her as I said, "Put that on. It is the only warm thing here which would be suitable. Stay, you must remove that wet... I stumbled about for a word that would not be offensive. That frock, dress, costume, whatever it is." I pointed to where, in the corner of the room, stood a chintz-covered folding screen which fences in my cold sponge bath, which is laid ready for me overnight, as I am an early riser. She bowed gravely, and taking the dressing-gown in a long, white, finely shaped hand, bore it behind the screen. There was a slight rustle, and then a hollow flop as the wet garment fell on the floor, more rustling and rubbing, and a minute later she emerged, wrapped from head to foot in the long Jaeger garment, which trailed on the floor behind her, though she was a tall woman. She was still shivering painfully, however. I took a flask of brandy and a glass from a cupboard, and offered her some, but with a motion of her hand she refused it, though she moaned grievously. "Oh, I'm so cold, so cold." Her teeth were chattering. I was pained at her sad condition, and said despairingly, for I was at my wits' end to know what to do, "Tell me anything that I can do to help you, and I will do it. I may not call help. There is no fire, nothing to make it with. You will not take some brandy. What on earth can I do to give you warmth?" Her answer certainly surprised me when it came, though it was practical enough, so practical that I should not have dared to say it. She looked me straight in the face for a few seconds before speaking. Then, with an air of girlish innocence which disarmed suspicion and convinced me at once of her simple faith. She said in a voice that at once thrilled me and evoked all my pity, "Let me rest for a while and cover me up with rugs that may give me warmth. I am dying of cold, and I have a deadly fear upon me, a deadly fear. Sit by me and let me hold your hand. You are big and strong, and you look brave. It will reassure me. I am not myself a coward, but tonight fear has got me by the throat. I can hardly breathe. Do let me stay till I am warm. If you only knew what I have gone through, and have to go through still, I am sure you would pity me and help me." To say that I was astonished would be a mild description of my feelings. I was not shocked. The life which I have led was not one which makes for prudery. To travel in strange places amongst strange peoples with strange views of their own is to have odd experiences and peculiar adventures now and again. A man without human passions is not the type necessary for an adventurous life, such as I myself have had. But even a man of passions and experiences can, when he respects a woman, be shocked, even prudish, where his own opinion of her is concerned. Such must bring to her guarding any generosity which he has, and any self-restraint also. Even should she place herself in a doubtful position, her honour calls to his honour. This is a call which may not be, must not be, unanswered. Even passion must pause for at least a while at sound of such a trumpet call. This woman I did respect, much respect. Her youth and beauty, her manifest ignorance of evil, her superb disdain of convention, which could only come through hereditary dignity, her terrible fear and suffering, for there must be more in her unhappy condition than meets the eye, would all demand respect, even if one did not hasten to yield it. Nevertheless, I thought it necessary to enter a protest against her embarrassing suggestion. I certainly did feel a fool when making it, also a cad. I can truly say that it was made only for her good and out of the best of me, such as I am. I felt impossibly awkward, and stuttered and stumbled before I spoke. "But surely, the convenances, your being here alone at night, Mrs. Grundy, convention, the—" She interrupted me with an incomparable dignity, a dignity which had the effect of shutting me up like a clasp knife and making me feel a decided inferior, and a poor show at that. There was such a gracious simplicity and honesty in it, too, such self-respecting knowledge of herself and her position, that I could be neither angry nor hurt. I could only feel ashamed of myself and of my own littleness of mind and morals. She seemed in her icy coldness, now spiritual as well as bodily, like an incarnate figure of pride, as she answered, "What are convenances or conventions to me? If you only knew where I have come from, the existence, if it can be called so, which I have had, the loneliness, the horror, and besides, it is for me to make conventions, not to yield my personal freedom of action to them. Even as I am, even here and in this garb, I am above convention. Convenances do not trouble me or hamper me. That, at least, I have won by what I have gone through, even if it had never come to me through any other way. Let me stay." She said the last words, in spite of all her pride, appealingly. But still there was a note of high pride in all this, in all she said and did, in her attitude and movement, in the tones of her voice, in the loftiness of her carriage, and the steadfast look of her open starlit eyes. Although there was something so rarely lofty in herself, and all that clad her that, face to face with it and with her, my feeble attempt at moral precaution seemed puny, ridiculous, and out of place. Without a word in the doing, I took from an old chiffonner chest an armful of blankets, several of which I threw over her as she lay, for in the meantime, having replaced the coverlet, she had lain down at length on the bed. I took a chair and sat down beside her. When she stretched out her hand from beneath the pile of wraps, I took it in mine, saying, Get warm and rest. Sleep if you can. You need not fear. I shall guard you with my life." She looked at me gratefully, her starry eyes taking a new light more full of illumination than was afforded by the wax candle, which was shaded from her by my body. She was horribly cold, and her teeth chattered so violently that I feared lest she should have incurred some dangerous evil from her wetting and the cold that followed it. I felt, however, so awkward that I could find no words to express my fears. Moreover, I hardly dared say anything at all regarding herself after the haughty way in which she had received my well-meant protest. Manifestly I was but to her as a sort of refuge and provider of heat, altogether impersonal, and not to be regarded in any degree as an individual. In these humiliating circumstances, what could I do but sit quiet and wait developments? Little by little, the fierce chattering of her teeth began to abate as the warmth of her surroundings stole through her. I also felt, even in this strangely awakening position, the influence of the quiet, and sleep began to steal over me. Several times I tried to fend it off, but as I could not make any overt movement without alarming my strange and beautiful companion, I had to yield myself to drowsiness. I was still in such an overwhelming stupor of surprise that I could not even think freely. There was nothing for me but to control myself and wait. Before I could well fix my thoughts, I was asleep. I was recalled to consciousness by hearing, even through the pall of sleep that bound me, the crowing of a cock in some of the out-offices of the castle. At the same instant, the figure, lying deathly still but for the gentle heaving of her bosom, began to struggle wildly. The sound had won through the gates of her sleep also. With a swift, gliding motion, she slipped from the bed to the floor, saying in a fierce whisper as she pulled herself up to her full height, "Let me out! I must go! I must go!" By this time I was fully awake, and the whole position of things came to me in an instant which I shall never, can never, forget. The dim light of the candle now nearly burned down to the socket, all the dimmer from the fact that the first grey gleam of morning was stealing in round the edges of the heavy curtain. The tall, slim figure in the brown dressing-gown whose over-length trailed on the floor, the black hair showing glossy in the light, and increasing by contrast the marble whiteness of the face, in which the black eyes sent through their stars fiery gleams. She appeared quite in a frenzy of haste. Her eagerness was simply irresistible. I was so stupefied with amazement, as well as with sleep, that I did not attempt to stop her, but began instinctively to help her by furthering her wishes. As she ran behind the screen and, as far as sound could inform me, began frantically to disrobe herself of the warm dressing-gown and to don again the ice-cold wet shroud, I pulled back the curtain from the window and drew the bolt of the glass door. As I did so, she was already behind me, shivering. As I threw open the door, she glided out with a swift, silent movement, but trembling in an agonized way. As she passed me, she murmured in a low voice, which was almost lost in the chattering of her teeth, "Oh, thank you 1,000 times. But I must go. I must. I shall come again and try to show my gratitude. Do not condemn me as ungrateful. Till then." And she was gone. I watched her pass the length of the white path, flitting from shrub to shrub or statue as she had come. In the cold grey light of the undeveloped dawn she seemed even more ghostly than she had done in the black shadow of the night. When she disappeared from sight in the shadow of the wood, I stood on the terrace for a long time watching, in case I should be afforded another glimpse of her, for there was now no doubt in my mind that she had for me some strange attraction. I felt even then that the look in those glorious starry eyes would be with me always so long as I might live. There was some fascination which went deeper than my eyes or my flesh or my heart, deep down into the very depths of my soul. My mind was all in a whirl, so that I could hardly think coherently. It all was like a dream. The reality seemed far away. It was not possible to doubt that the phantom figure, which had been so close to me during the dark hours of the night, was actual flesh and blood. Yet she was so cold, so cold. Altogether I could not fix my mind to either proposition, that it was a living woman who had held my hand, or a dead body reanimated for the time or the occasion in some strange manner. The difficulty was too great for me to make up my mind upon it, even had I wanted to. But, in any case, I did not want to. This would, no doubt, come in time. But till then I wished to dream on, as anyone does in a dream which can still be blissful, though there be pauses of pain or ghastliness or doubt or terror. So I closed the window and drew the curtain again, feeling for the first time the cold in which I had stood on the wet marble floor of the terrace when my bare feet began to get warm on the soft carpet. To get rid of the chill feeling, I got into the bed on which she had lain, and as the warmth restored me, tried to think coherently. For a short while I was going over the facts of the night, or what seemed as facts to my remembrance. But as I continued to think, the possibilities of any result seemed to get less, and I found myself vainly trying to reconcile with logic of life the grim episode of the night. The effort proved to be too much for such concentration as was left to me. Moreover, interrupted sleep was clamant, and would not be denied. What I dreamt of, if I dreamt at all, I know not. I only know that I was ready for waking when the time came. It came with a violent knocking at my door. I sprang from bed, fully awake in a second, drew the bolt, and slipped back to bed. With a hurried, "May I come in?" Aunt Janet entered. She seemed relieved when she saw me, and gave, without my asking, an explanation of her perturbation. "Oh, laddie, I have been so uneasy about you all the nicht. I had dreams and visions and sorts of uncanny fancies. I fear that—" She was by now drawing back the curtain, and as her eyes took in the marks of wet all over the floor, the current of her thoughts changed. "Why, laddie, whatever have you been doing with your bath? Oh, the mess ye made! 'Tis sinful to go sick trouble and waste." And so she went on. I was glad to hear the tirade, which was only what a good housewife, outraged in her sentiments of order, would have made. I listened in patience, with pleasure when I thought of what she would have thought and said had she known the real facts. I was well pleased to have got off so easily. Rupert's Journal continued. April 10, 1907. For some days after what I call the episode, I was in a strange condition of mind. I did not take anyone, not even Aunt Janet, into confidence. Even she, dear and open-hearted and liberal-minded as she is, might not have understood well enough to be just and tolerant, and I did not care to hear any adverse comment on my strange visitor. Somehow I could not bear the thought of anyone finding fault with her or in her, although strangely enough I was eternally defending her to myself, for, despite my wishes, embarrassing thoughts would come again and again, and again in all sorts and variants of queries difficult to answer. I found myself defending her, sometimes as a woman hard-pressed by spiritual fear and physical suffering, sometimes as not being amenable to laws that govern the living. Indeed, I could not make up my mind whether I looked on her as a living human being, or as one with some strange existence in another world, and having only a chance foothold in our own. In such doubt, imagination began to work, and thoughts of evil, of danger, of doubt, even of fear began to crowd on me with such persistence and in such varied forms that I found my instinct of reticence growing into a settled purpose. The value of this instinctive precaution was promptly shown by Aunt Janet's state of mind, with consequent revelation of it. She became full of gloomy prognostications and what I thought were morbid fears. For the first time in my life, I discovered that Aunt Janet had nerves. I had long had a secret belief that she was gifted, to some degree at any rate, with second sight, which quality, or whatever it is, skilled in the powers, if not the lore of superstition, manages to keep but stretch not only the mind of its immediate pathic, but of others relevant to it. Perhaps this natural quality had received a fresh impetus from the arrival of some cases of her books sent on by Sir Colin. She appeared to read and reread these books, which were chiefly on occult subjects, day and night, except when she was imparting to me choice excerpts of the most baleful and fearsome kind. Indeed, before a week was over, I found myself to be an expert in the history of the cult, as well as in its manifestations, which latter I had been versed in for a good many years. The result of all this was that it set me brooding. Such, at least, I gathered was the fact when Aunt Janet took me to task for it. She always speaks out according to her convictions, so that her thinking I brooded was to me a proof that I did, and after a personal examination I came, reluctantly, to the conclusion that she was right, so far, at any rate, as my outer conduct was concerned. The state of mind I was in, however, kept me from the making any acknowledgment of it. The real cause of my keeping so much to myself and of being so distrait. And so I went on, torturing myself as before with introspective questioning, and she, with her mind set on my actions and endeavouring to find a cause for them, continued and expounded her beliefs and fears. Her nightly chats with me, when we were alone after dinner, for I had come to avoid her questioning at other times, kept my imagination at high pressure. Despite myself, I could not but find new cause for concern in the perennial founts of her superstition. I had thought, years ago, that I had then sounded the depths of this branch of psychism, but this new phase of thought, founded on the really deep hold which the existence of my beautiful visitor and her sad and dreadful circumstances had taken upon me, brought me a new concern in the matter of self-importance. I came to think that I must reconstruct my self-values and begin a fresh understanding of ethical beliefs. Do what I would, my mind would keep turning on the uncanny subjects brought before it. I began to apply them one by one to my own late experience, and unconsciously to try to fit them in turn to the present case. The effect of this brooding was that I was, despite my own will, struck by the similarity of circumstances bearing on my visitor, and the conditions apportioned by tradition and superstition to such strange survivals from earlier ages as these partial existences which are rather undead than living, still walking the earth, although claimed by the world of the dead. Amongst them are the vampire, or the werewolf. To this class also might belong, in a measure, the doppelganger, one of whose dual existences commonly belongs to the actual world around it. So, too, the denizens of the world of astralism. In any of these named worlds there is a material presence which must be created, if only for a single or periodic purpose. It matters not whether a material presence already created can be receptive of a disembodied soul, or a soul unattached can have a body built up for it or around it, or again, whether the body of a dead person can be made seeming quick through some diabolic influence manifested in the present, or an inheritance or result of some baleful use of malefic power in the past. The result is the same in each case, though the ways be widely different. A soul and a body which are not in unity but brought together for strange purposes through stranger means and by means still more strange. Through much thought and a process of exclusions, the eerie form which seemed to be most in correspondence with my adventure and most suitable to my fascinating visitor appeared to be the vampire. Doppelganger, astral creations, and such like did not comply with the conditions of my night experience. The werewolf is but a variant of the vampire, and so needed not to be classed or examined at all. Then it was that, thus focused, the lady of the Shroud, for so I came to hold her in my mind, began to assume a new force. Aunt Janet's library afforded me clues which I followed with avidity. In my secret heart I hated the quest, and did not wish to go on with it. But in this I was not my own master. But what I would, brush away doubts never so often, new doubts and imaginings came in their stead. The circumstance almost repeated the parable of the 7 devils who took the place of the exorcised one. Doubts I could stand, imaginings I could stand, but doubts and imaginings together made a force so fell that I was driven to accept any reading of the mystery which might presumably afford a foothold for satisfying thought. And so I came to accept tentatively the vampire theory, accept it, at least, so far as to examine it as judiciously as was given me to do. As the days wore on, so the conviction grew. The more I read on the subject, the more directly the evidences pointed towards this view. The more I thought, the more obstinate became the conviction. I ransacked Aunt Janet's volumes again and again to find anything to the contrary, but in vain. Again, no matter how obstinate were my convictions at any given time, unsettlement came with fresh thinking over the argument, so that I was kept in a harassing state of uncertainty. Briefly, the evidence in favor of accord between the facts of the case and the vampire theory were: her coming was at night. The time the vampire is, according to the theory, free to move at will. She wore her shroud, a necessity of coming fresh from grave or tomb, for there is nothing occult about clothing which is not subject to astral or other influences. She had to be helped into my room, in strict accordance with what one sceptical critic of occultism has called the vampire etiquette. She made violent haste in getting away at cock-crow. She seemed preternaturally cold. Her sleep was almost abnormal in intensity, and yet the sound of the cock crowing came through it. These things showed her to be subject to some laws, though not in exact accord within those which govern human beings. Under the stress of such circumstances as she must have gone through, her vitality seemed more than human. The quality of vitality which could outlive ordinary burial. Again, such purpose as she had shown in donning, under stress of some compelling direction, her ice-cold wet shroud, and, wrapped in it, going out again into the night, was hardly normal for a woman. But if so, and if she was indeed a vampire, might not whatever it may be that holds such beings in thrall be by some means or other exorcised? To find the means must be my next task. I am actually pining to see her again. Never before have I been stirred to my depths by anyone. Come it from heaven or hell, from the earth or the grave, it does not matter. I shall make it my task to win her back to life and peace. If she be indeed a vampire, the task may be hard and long. If she be not so, and if it be merely that circumstances have so gathered round her as to produce that impression, the task may be simpler and the result more sweet. No, not more sweet, for what can be more sweet than to restore the lost or seemingly lost soul of the woman you love? There, the truth is out at last. I suppose that I have fallen in love with her. If so, it is too late for me to fight against it. I can only wait with what patience I can still see her again. But to that end I can do nothing. I know absolutely nothing about her, not even her name. Patience. Rupert's Journal, continued. April 16, 1907. The only relief I have had from the haunting anxiety regarding the Lady of the Shroud has been in the troubled state of my adopted country. There has evidently been something up which I have not been allowed to know. The mountaineers are troubled and restless, are wandering about, singly and in parties, and holding meetings in strange places. This is what I gather used to be in old days when intrigues were on the foot with Turks, Greeks, Austrians, Italians, Russians. This concerns me vitally, for my mind has long been made up to share the fortunes of the land of the Blue Mountains. For good or ill, I mean to stay here. J'y suis, j'y reste. I share henceforth the lot of the Blue Mountaineers, and not Turkey, nor Greece, nor Austria, nor Italy, nor Russia, no, not France, nor Germany either. Not man, nor God, nor devil shall drive me from my purpose. With these patriots I throw in my lot. My only difficulty seemed at first to be with the men themselves. They are so proud that at the beginning I feared they would not even accord me the honour of being one of them. However, things always move on somehow, no matter what difficulties there be at the beginning. Never mind. When one looks back at an unaccomplished fact, the beginning is not to be seen, and if it were, it would not matter. It is not of any account, anyhow. I heard that there was going to be a great meeting near here yesterday afternoon, and I attended it. I think it was a success. If such is any proof, I felt elated as well as satisfied when I came away. Aunt Janet's second sight on the subject was comforting, though grim, and in a measure disconcerting. When I was saying good night, she asked me to bend down my head. As I did so, she laid her hands on it and passed them all over it. I heard her say to herself, "Strange. There's nothing there, yet I could have sworn I saw it." I asked her to explain, but she would not. For once she was a little obstinate and refused point-blank to even talk of the subject. She was not worried nor unhappy, so I had no cause for concern. I said nothing, but I shall wait and see. Most mysteries become plain or disappear altogether in time. But about the meeting, lest I forget. When I joined the mountaineers who had assembled, I really think they were glad to see me, although some of them seemed adverse, and others did not seem over well satisfied. However, absolute unity is very seldom to be found. Indeed, it is almost impossible, and in a free community is not altogether to be desired. When it is apparent, the gathering lacks that sense of individual feeling which makes for the real consensus of opinion, which is the real unity of purpose. The meeting was at first, therefore, a little cold and distant. But presently it began to thaw, and after some fiery harangues I was asked to speak. Happily, I had begun to learn the Balkan language as soon as ever Uncle Roger's wishes had been made known to me, and as I have some facility of tongues and a great deal of experience, I soon began to know something of it. Indeed, when I had been here a few weeks, with opportunity of speaking daily with the people themselves, and learned to understand the intonations and vocal inflections, I felt quite easy in speaking it. I understood every word which had up to then been spoken at the meeting, and when I spoke myself I felt that they understood. That is an experience which every speaker has in a certain way and up to a certain point. He knows by some kind of instinct if his hearers are with him. If they respond, they must certainly have understood. Last night this was marked. I felt it every instant I was talking, and when I came to realize that the men were in strict accord with my general views, I took them into confidence with regard to my own personal purpose. It was the beginning of a mutual trust, so, for peroration, I told them that I had come to the conclusion that what they wanted most for their own protection and the security and consolidation of their nation was arms of the very latest pattern. Here they interrupted me with wild cheers, which so strung me up that I went further than I intended, and made a daring venture. I repeated. The security and consolidation of your country, of our country, for I have come to live amongst you. Here is my home whilst I live. I am with you, heart and soul. I shall live with you, fight shoulder to shoulder with you, and, if need be, shall die with you. Here the shouting was terrific, and the younger men raised their guns to fire a salute in Blue Mountain fashion. But on the instant of the Vladika, he held up his hands and motioned them to desist. In the immediate silence he spoke, sharply at first, but later ascending to a high pitch of single-minded, lofty eloquence. His words rang in my ears long after the meeting was over, and other thoughts had come between them and the present. "Silence," he thundered. "Make no excuses in the forest or through the hills at this dire time of stress and threatened danger to our land. Bethink ye of this meeting, held here and in secret, in order that no whisper of it may be heard afar. Have ye all, brave men of the Blue Mountains, come thither through the forest like shadows, that some of you, thoughtless, may enlighten your enemies as to our secret purpose? The thunder of your guns would doubtless sound well in the ears of those who wish us ill and try to work us wrong. Fellow countrymen, know ye not that the Turk is awake once more for our harming? The Bureau of Spies has risen from the torpor which came on it when the purpose against our tutor roused our mountains to such an anger that the frontiers blazed with passion and were swept with fire and sword. Moreover, there is a traitor somewhere in the land, or else incautious carelessness has served the same base purpose. Something of our needs, our doing whose secret we have tried to hide, has gone out. The myrmidons of the Turk are close on our borders, and it may be that some of them have passed our guards and are amidst us unknown. So it behoves us doubly to be discreet. Believe me that I share with you, my brothers, our love for the gallant Englishman who has come amongst us to share our sorrows and ambitions, and I trust it may be our joys. We are all united in the wish to do him honour, though not in the way by which danger may be carried on the wings of love. My brothers, our newest brother comes to us from the great nation, which amongst the nations has been our only friend, and which has ere now helped us in our direst need, that mighty Britain, whose hand has ever been raised in the cause of freedom. We of the Blue Mountains know her best as she stands with sword in hand, face to face with our foes. And this, her son, and now our brother, brings further to our need the hand of a giant and the heart of a lion. Later on, when danger does not ring us round, when silence is no longer our outer guard, we shall bid him welcome in true fashion of our land. But till then he will believe, for he is great-hearted, that our love and thanks and welcome are not to be measured by sound. When the time comes, then shall be sound in his honour, not of rifles alone, but bells and cannon and the mighty voice of a free people shouting as one. But now we must be wise and silent, for the Turk is once again at our gates. Alas, the cause of his former coming may not be, for she whose beauty and nobility and whose place in our nation and in our hearts tempted him to fraud and violence is not with us to share even our anxiety. Here his voice broke, and there arose from all a deep wailing sound, which rose and rose till the woods around us seemed broken by a mighty and long-sustained sob. The orator saw that his purpose was accomplished, and with a short sentence finished his harangue. But the need of our nation still remains. Then, with an eloquent gesture to me to proceed, he merged in the crowd and disappeared. How could I even attempt to follow such a speaker with any hope of success? I simply told them what I had already done in the way of help, saying, "As you needed arms, I have got them. My agent sends me word through the code between us that he has procured for us, 50,000 of the newest pattern rifles, the French Ingy Malbranc, which has surpassed all others, and sufficient ammunition to last for a year of war. The first section is in hand, and will soon be ready for consignment. There are other war materials, too, which, when they arrive, will enable every man and woman, even the children, of our land to take part in its defense, should such be needed. My brothers, I am with you in all things, for good or ill." It made me very proud to hear the mighty shout which arose. I had felt exalted before, but now this personal development almost unmanned me. I was glad of the long-sustained applause to recover my self-control. I was quite satisfied that the meeting did not want to hear any other speaker, for they began to melt away without any formal notification having been given. I doubt if there will be another meeting soon again. The weather has begun to break, and we are in for another spell of rain. It is disagreeable, of course, but it has its own charm. It was during a spell of wet weather that the lady of the Shroud came to me. Perhaps the rain may bring her again. I hope so, with all my soul. Rupert's Journal continued. April 23, 1907. The rain has continued for 4 whole days and nights, and the low-lying ground is like a quagmire in places. In the sunlight, the whole mountains glisten with running streams and falling water. I feel a strange kind of elation, but from no visible cause. Aunt Janet rather queered it by telling me, as she said good night, to be very careful of myself, as she had seen in a dream last night a figure in a shroud. I fear she was not pleased that I did not take it with all the seriousness that she did. I would not wound her for the world if I could help it, but the idea of a shroud gets too near the bone to be safe, and I had to fend her off at all hazards. So when I doubted if the fates regarded the visionary shroud as of necessity appertaining to me, she said, in a way that was, for her, almost sharp, "Take care, laddie. 'Tis ill will jesting at a powers a time unknown." Perhaps it was that her talk put the subject in my mind. The woman needed no such aid. She was always there. But when I locked myself into my room that night, I half expected to find her in the room. I was not sleepy, so I took a book of Aunt Janet's and began to read. The title was On the Powers and Qualities of Disembodied Spirits. "Your grammar," said I to the author, "is hardly attractive, but I may learn something which might apply to her. I shall read your book." Before settling down to it, however, I thought I would have a look at the garden. Since the night of the visit, the garden seemed to have a new attractiveness for me. A night seldom passed without my having a last look at it before turning in. So I drew the great curtain and looked out. The scene was beautiful, but almost entirely desolate. All was ghastly in the raw, hard gleams of moonlight coming fitfully through the masses of flying cloud. The wind was rising, and the air was damp and cold. I looked round the room instinctively, and noticed that the fire was laid ready for lighting, and that there were small cut logs of wood piled beside the hearth. Ever since that night I have had a fire laid ready. I was tempted to light it, but as I never have a fire unless I sleep in the open, I hesitated to begin. I went back to the window, and opening the catch, stepped out onto the terrace. As I looked down the white walk and let my eyes range over the expanse of the garden, where everything glistened as the moonlight caught the wet, I half expected to see some white figure flitting amongst the shrubs and statues. The whole scene of the former visit came back to me so vividly that I could hardly believe that any time had passed since then. It was the same scene, and again late in the evening. Life in Vissarion was primitive, and early hours prevailed, though not so late as on that night. As I looked, I thought I caught a glimpse of something white far away. It was only a ray of moonlight coming through the rugged edge of a cloud, but all the same it set me in a strange state of perturbation. Somehow I seemed to lose sight of my own identity. It was as though I was hypnotized by the situation or by memory, or perhaps by some occult force. Without thinking of what I was doing, or being conscious of any reason for it, I crossed the room and set light to the fire. Then I blew out the candle and came to the window again. I never thought it might be a foolish thing to do, to stand at a window with a light behind me in this country, where every man carries a gun with him always. I was in my evening clothes too, with my breast well marked by a white shirt. I opened the window and stepped out onto the terrace. There I stood for many minutes, thinking. All the time my eyes kept ranging over the garden. Once I thought I saw a white figure moving, but it was not followed up, so becoming conscious that it was again beginning to rain, I stepped back into the room, shut the window, and drew the curtain. Then I realized the comforting appearance of the fire, and went over and stood before it. Hark! Once more there was a gentle tapping at the window. I rushed over to it and drew the curtain. There, out on the rain-beaten terrace, stood the white, shrouded figure, more desolate appearing than ever. Ghastly pale she looked, as before, but her eyes had an eager look which was new. I took it that she was attracted by the fire, which was by now well ablaze, and was throwing up jets of flame as the dry logs crackled. The leaping flames threw fitful light across the room, and every gleam threw the white-clad figure into prominence, showing the gleam of the black eyes, and fixing the stars that lay in them. Without a word, I threw open the window, and, taking the white hand extended to me, drew into the room the lady of the shroud. As she entered and felt the warmth of the blazing fire, a glad look spread over her face. She made a movement as if to run to it, but she drew back an instant after, looking round with instinctive caution. She closed the window and bolted it, touched the lever which spread the grille across the opening, and pulled close the curtain behind it. Then she went swiftly to the door and tried if it was locked. Satisfied as to this, she came quickly over to the fire, and, kneeling before it, stretched out her numbed hands to the blaze. Almost on the instant her wet shroud began to steam. I stood wondering. The precautions of secrecy in the midst of her suffering, for that she did suffer was only too painfully manifest, must have presupposed some danger. Then and there my mind was made up that there should no harm assail her, that I by any means could fend off. Still, the present must be attended to. Pneumonia and other ills stalked behind such a chill as must infallibly come on her unless precautions were taken. I took again the dressing-gown which she had worn before and handed it to her, motioning as I did so towards the screen which had made a dressing-room for her on the former occasion. To my surprise she hesitated. I waited. She waited too, and then laid down the dressing-gown on the edge of the stone fender. So I spoke. "Won't you change as you did before? Your frock can then be dried. Do. It will be much safer for you to be dry-clad when you resume your own dress." "How can I whilst you are here?" Her words made me stare, so different were they from her acts of the other visit. I simply bowed. Speech on such a subject would be at least inadequate, and walked over to the window. Passing behind the curtain, I opened the window. Before stepping out onto the terrace, I looked into the room and said, "Take your own time. There is no hurry. I dare say you will find there all you may want. I shall remain on the terrace until you summon me." With that I went out on the terrace, drawing close the glass door behind me. I stood looking out on the dreary scene for what seemed a very short time, my mind in a whirl. There came a rustle from within, and I saw a dark brown figure steal round the edge of the curtain. A white hand was raised, and beckoned me to come in. I entered, bolting the window behind me. She had passed across the room, and was again kneeling before the fire with her hands outstretched. The shroud was laid in partially opened folds on one side of the hearth, and was steaming heavily. I brought over some cushions and pillows and made a little pile of them beside her. "Sit there," I said, "and rest quietly in the heat." It may have been the effect of the glowing heat, but there was a rich colour in her face as she looked at me with shining eyes. Without a word, but with a courteous little bow, she sat down at once. I put a thick rug across her shoulders and sat down myself on a stool a couple of feet away. For fully 5 or 6 minutes we sat in silence. At last, turning her head towards me, she said in a sweet, low voice, "I had intended coming earlier on purpose to thank you for your very sweet and gracious courtesy to me. But circumstances were such that I could not leave my... She hesitated before saying, "my abode. I am not free, as you and others are, to do what I will. My existence is sadly cold and stern, and full of horrors that appall. But I do thank you. For myself, I am not sorry for the delay, for every hour shows me more clearly how good and understanding and sympathetic you have been to me. I only hope that some day you may realize how kind you have been, and how much I appreciate it." "I am only too glad to be of any service," I said, feebly I felt, as I held out my hand. She did not seem to see it. Her eyes were now on the fire, and a warm blush dyed forehead and cheek and neck. The reproof was so gentle that no one could have been offended. It was evident that she was something coy and reticent, and would not allow me to come at present more close to her, even to the touching of her hand. But that her heart was not in the denial was also evident in the glance from her